Chapter 23-25. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. It looked like he and Hong Qigong really did come to Helen City to look for Guojing. He just didn't know if De Wu and Xiao Wu had come. Last time, when they left the Xixia marriage selection, they seemed to have come to Mongolia to look for Guojing. Guojing? Jin Bingyun clearly didn't expect him to ask this. Is it the golden knife consort from back then? Before Zhou Batong could reply, Kublai replied in a deep voice, I hope Miss Jean knows that Guojing betrayed the Khan 10 years ago and is no longer the golden knife consort of Mongolia. Also, the Khan has recently betrothed Gu Gu to Wu Chun of the Hongjila clan. If you mention the golden knife consort again, it'll cause a lot of people to talk about it. Gu Gu? Yang Guo was extremely sensitive to this word. He instinctively stood up and wanted to ask who Wu Chun was. Jinluan Fuwang quickly explained to him. Only then did he understand that Gu Gu wasn't Xiaolong Nu, but Huajing. Only then did he sit down dejectedly. Gongsun Lu Yi's eyes were all on him. Seeing this, her heart ached, but she didn't show it on her face. She still maintained a slight smile. I misspoke, Jin Bingyun said apologetically. Jin Bingyun had an apologetic expression on her face. Coupled with her elegant and refined appearance, she looked delicate and pitiful. No one could harden their heart to really blame her for anything. Miss Jean, don't worry about it. Kublai also secretly called her a vixen. He didn't dare to look at her any longer and quickly turned his attention to Zhou Batong. I heard that Hong Qigong of the beggar clan caused a ruckus at 7th Brother's mansion yesterday. He's also asking about Guojing. Is he really in Helen City right now? It wasn't that no one suspected that Guojing was with Huajing, but when Jinluan Fuwang and the others went to the Central Plains to investigate, they didn't find her. After Huajing came back, she also sent people to ask about Guojing. She only went to find a doctor because one of her loyal subordinates contracted a strange disease. She didn't find Guojing in the mansion either, so no one suspected anything. But now, people keep coming to look for Guojing. Could it be that Huajing really hid him? Zhou Batong impatiently put his hands on his hips and said, I'm asking because I don't know if he's here or not. If I knew he was here, I wouldn't be asking you. I would have made a bet with the old beggar to see who would find Guojing first. Aya, you look smart, but you're also dumb. No matter how magnanimous Kublai was, he couldn't keep his face after being pointed at like this in front of everyone. The leader of the Jin Kong school and Taoist Baixing shouted angrily, How dare you! They had just joined Kublai's side and hadn't made any contributions yet. They had just been humiliated by Yang Guo and wanted to save their face. When they saw this, they rushed out at the same time and grabbed Zhou Batong's shoulders. They wanted to capture him and hand him over to Kublai. Aya, I love fighting. Zhou Batong's face was filled with excitement. He went up and exchanged blows with the two. Aya! With a bang, the leader of the Jin Kong school and Taoist Baixing's bodies swayed, but they stood their ground. Zhou Batong, on the other hand, was pushed back a few steps. The Mongolians in the room were shocked. Before, when they saw that the leader of the Jin Kong school and Taoist Baixing couldn't even handle a young man, they looked down on them. Now that they saw them, they realized that their martial arts were indeed powerful. The reputation they made in the Ruyang Palace wasn't just a rumor. Even Jinluan Fuwang, Yang Guo, and the others had similar thoughts. Although Zhou Batong's martial arts were powerful, he was fighting 1 against 2. It was normal for him to be at a disadvantage when it came to internal energy. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, could see clearly that Zhou Batong was retreating because he was using the momentum. The leader of the Jin Kong school and Taoist Baixing were probably trying to show off in front of Kublai, so they endured the risk of injury and didn't retreat. They were thinking the same thing. Wow, your palms are so cold and your fists are so hard. I was too careless just now. That doesn't count, let's do it again. As soon as Zhou Batong finished speaking, it was as if he had multiple bodies. One hand held the vacant fist and the other held the demon-subduing fist. He attacked with both hands. Dancing god Ebook Taoist Baixing and the leader of the Jin Kong school had never seen this kind of martial arts before. They were instantly caught off guard. However, with their cultivation levels, they wouldn't lose so easily if they worked together. Kublai knew that these martial arts masters had to respect their status. He said, "This isn't a martial arts competition. Capture him, I have questions to ask him." "Yes, sir." Jinluan Fuang cupped his hands and jumped into the fray. He had mastered the dragon elephant prajna art. Even if he fought Zhou Batong alone, he had a 50% chance of winning, not to mention Taoist Baixing and the leader of the Jin Kong school. Zhou Batong immediately yelled, "You big monk, how can you be so strong?" As he spoke, his movements became more and more difficult to understand. Yang Guo, who was on the side, thought to himself, "I need to find a chance to help Zhou Batong escape." Before he could make a move, Zhou Batong laughed. "You guys have more people. I'll find some helpers to help me." As he said this, he waved his palm above his head. The roof was shaken by the wind from his palm, and a large piece of the roof fell towards Kublai's head. "Be careful, Your Highness." Jinluan Fuang and the others didn't care about attacking Zhou Batong anymore. They quickly went to help Kublai. Zhou Batong laughed and took the opportunity to jump out of the hole in the roof. Song Qingshu took back his hand. Even though Zhou Batong had some problems with his mind, he wasn't stupid. His intelligence in battle was off the chart. Song Qingshu had worried about him for nothing. Jinluan Fuang, Taoist Baixing and the others all apologized to Kublai for not protecting him properly and alerting His Highness. Kublai didn't mind at all. Instead, he kept praising Zhou Batong's abilities. He said that it was a pity that he couldn't recruit such a talented person. He also sent people to investigate Guojing. Hong Qigong and Zhou Batong appeared one after another, so he had to be careful. Because of the hole in the roof, the wind was very cold at night. The banquet naturally ended early. Before he left, Jin Bingyun called out to Song Qingshu, as if she wanted to say something to him. However, Song Qingshu was like a snake or a scorpion, and he left without looking back. Before Jin Bingyun could chase after him, she was surrounded by a large group of Mongolian nobles. It was not good for her to reject these nobles, so she tried to be polite. However, her eyes involuntarily fell on the back of Song Qingshu, thinking to herself, "What is wrong with this person? Master, there are so many men who want to talk to that Jin Bingyun. Why did you run away?" Wind Maiden asked in confusion. Song Qingshu was speechless. "That woman is poisonous." "Poisonous? What do you mean?" Wind Maiden was confused. "It's..." Song Qingshu thought about it but didn't know how to explain. "It's hard to explain in a few words. Go back and prepare your luggage for tomorrow." "You're going to leave me behind again?" Wind Maiden pouted unhappily. However, when she thought about how she could leave the city with him tomorrow, she didn't mind this small matter. Chapter 23-26. You're saying that there's a conspiracy behind all this? Song Qingshu was shocked. "I'm not sure." Zhao Min shook her head. "I have a feeling that there's more to it than meets the eye. Unfortunately, there's too little information. I can't tell." Song Qingshu laughed. "Who cares if it's a conspiracy or an open one? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. If Zhou Batong can come and go as he pleases in Kublai's residence, why can't I?" "Zhou Batong?" Zhao Min frowned. Song Qingshu roughly explained what had just happened. A hint of worry flashed across Zhao Min's face. "Hong Qigong is a straightforward person, and Zhou Batong behaves like a child. If the two of them cause such a ruckus in Helen City, I'm afraid Guojing will be in danger. Should I secretly inform them of Guojing's whereabouts?" Song Qingshu suggested. Zhao Min shook her head. "No. Guojing has lost his memories. If we let them reunite, it'll have the opposite effect. Plus, Helen City's attention is on those two. If they go looking for Guojing, they'll expose Guojing's whereabouts. Then what should we do? Are we going to keep this up? Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. That aunt must have her own plans. If I'm not wrong, she'll probably recover Guojing's memories before the wedding, Zhao Min said. My aunt is a pitiful person. Let her enjoy her last happy moment. Song Qingshu thought about how he had always seen Hua Zheng with a bitter expression. This time, he had only seen a rosy glow on her face. I don't want to be the one to break up a couple. I'm going to accompany Wuchun on a treasure hunt this time. They'll have to wait for Wuchun to return before they get married. We'll see what happens then. Will you be bringing the Wind Maiden with you this time? Zhao Min suddenly asked. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly and said, She is, after all, a servant of the Water Moon Great Sect. She used to follow around. If we leave her here alone, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. I'm not against it. Why are you feeling guilty? Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him with a faint smile. This woman knows your identity. It's not safe to leave her in Helen City. If you keep her by your side, you won't have to worry about her doing anything. Song Qingshu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you don't mind. Don't worry. I won't object to a woman like her even if you play with her. Zhao Min snorted. As long as you don't have any true love. I don't want that woman surnamed Zhou to blame me. Song Qingshu couldn't help but look at her with a smile. Do you care about Jirua's opinion? Zhao Min blushed. In any case, I don't care. Especially that woman from the Demon Master Palace. Don't be unable to control yourself and be sucked dry. If that happens, I will really despise you. Song Qingshu only felt a slight chill between his legs. He hurriedly said, Don't worry. I will stay far away from that woman. Although he was very curious whether Pangban's Dao Heart Demon Seed was more powerful or his Joy Zen Art was more powerful, he didn't dare to take the risk. If he lost, it would be terrible. Therefore, no matter how beautiful Jean Bingyun was, he couldn't touch her. I wonder what the principle of Pangban's Dao Heart Demon Seed is. Jean Bingyun is clearly a virgin. How can Pangban plant the demon seed in the target's body through her body? Song Qingshu couldn't help thinking. As expected, you still have thoughts about her. Beside him, Zhao Min sneered. Only then did Song Qingshu return to his senses. He said calmly, I'm just worried about your safety after I leave. You should know that the Vajra sect master and priest Baisang have both betrayed the Ruyang mansion. If something happens to you here, you won't even be able to find anyone to help you. After saying that, he secretly despised himself for being a scumbag. His ability to talk was really getting better and better. Don't worry. Our Ruyang mansion is one of the 4 kings with real power in Mongolia. Although something happened, our foundation is still there. Zhao Min's expression softened. Take this mansion for example. If I hadn't removed some of the guards in advance every day, you wouldn't have been able to enter so easily. As she spoke, a faint blush covered her face. Her already beautiful cheeks looked even more alluring. Song Qingshu was very tempted. He couldn't help but lean over and take a whiff. I'm leaving tomorrow. Why don't we? Zhao Min took a step back, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. You come every night. Isn't that enough? Song Qingshu chuckled. No man would complain about having too much of a noble and beautiful woman like you, Princess. Tui. Zhao Min spat, but there was still a smug look on her face. Which woman wouldn't want their lover to be infatuated with them? You're leaving for a long journey tomorrow. You don't know how many dangers lie ahead. Today you should gather as much as you can. I'll be staying in the mansion every day anyway. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. How many times have I told you? I'm not practicing those despicable plucking techniques. Hee, don't lie to yourself. Even Zhou Zhirua agrees with me on this. How dare you lie to your husband behind his back? I'll punish you according to the family rules. Zhou Zhirua isn't as old as me, right? The next day, when Wind Lady saw Song Qingshu, she circled around him curiously. Song Qingshu rubbed his neck uncomfortably. What's wrong? He wondered if Zhao Min's lipstick was still wet. Wind Lady pouted. I'm just curious. Where have you been instead of sleeping at home? It's so cold here in Mo Bay. Look at how radiant you look. I'm sure you didn't spend the night outdoors. Song Qingshu chuckled. He prepared to give her a scare. Would you believe me if I told you that I spent the night in Princess Consort's room? Wind Lady was startled. How is that possible? Why would Princess Consort allow you to? That's because I'm so seductive. Song Qingshu was feeling smug when a light cough came from behind him. Ahem, who is this Princess Consort you speak of? It can't be me, can it? The two turned around and were shocked to see Princess Yaluan standing at the side with a half-smile. Wind Lady quickly bowed and apologized. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was calmer. I was just joking. Princess Consort, you're so generous. I'm sure you won't mind. Princess Yaluan gave him a deep look and said, The Grand Master even dares to make fun of your highness. You seem to have grown bolder than before. Song Qingshu smiled sheepishly. Yaluan added, But if you protect my father well, I won't blame you. I'll even reward you. Thank you, Princess Consort. Song Qingshu bowed pretentiously. Princess Yaluan ignored him and went to talk to her father, Wu Chen. At that moment, Elder Wu's son leaned over. He eyed Wind Lady's perky but greedily before saying, You're really the role model of our generation. How dare you have designs on Princess Consort? Song Qingshu's expression turned serious. You can't just say things like that. Elder Wu's son laughed and said, There are no outsiders here. I won't hide it from you, I've admired this beautiful Princess Consort for a long time, but it's a pity I haven't dared to touch her. Song Qingshu cursed in his heart. This person looked virtuous and respectable on the surface, but he didn't expect him to be such an old pervert. However, in order to improve their relationship and make it easier for him to act in the future, he also chatted with him. With a common topic, the two of them quickly became familiar with each other. The princess agreed to let me pick 30 beauties from the Tai Yen tribe. Other than Yili Xian and her daughter Man, I can pick anyone from the other large tribes. Of course, it's not like Yili Xian and Man can't, but you have to wait for me 2 days, hey. Elder Wu's son said. Song Qingshu was stunned. How can I accept that? Chapter 23-27. This dog thing. Song Qingshu instantly understood his meaning, and couldn't help feeling angry. He really wanted to slap him, but seeing that there were Mongolians everywhere, he suppressed the impulse in his heart. According to what I know, Man and Yili Xian are famous beauties in the Tai Yen tribe, and they are the wives and daughters of the Tai Yen tribe's #1 warrior, Che Erku. I'm afraid it won't be easy to hand them over, right? Song Qingshu did not directly reply and quietly changed the topic. At the same time, he had some doubts in his heart. Yili Xian should have died in the white horse neighing the west wind. Could she still be alive in this world? Old man Wu's son snorted. Now that my Mongolian empire is so strong, which tribe on the prairie dares to not listen to us? Moreover, we are leading the Jie Shui army this time, so they have no choice but to hand them over. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, I feel that this trip won't go smoothly. Old man Wu's son laughed. I know you can't bear to part with the Wind Maiden. That's fine, we'll talk about it after we see those 2 beauties in the Tai Yen tribe. Perhaps you will be begging me to exchange you then. After saying this, he left. The Wind Maiden angrily charged over. If you dare exchange me with him, You'll what? Song Qingshu said with a smile. I'll expose your identity. The Wind Lady bit her lips. She was clearly frightened by this lecherous old man. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you to silence you? Song Qingshu calmly looked at her. The Wind Maiden subconsciously took a step back, but she immediately smiled. I'm not afraid. How could Master be so cruel? Song Qingshu said. Actually, you don't need to worry at all. With old man Wu Sun's cultivation, if he really wants to do something to you, he can make you think it was just a dream. There might not even be a dream left behind. He was not lying. With old man Wu Sun's spiritual energy, if a normal woman met him, he could hypnotize them into giving themselves to him. If necessary, he could even erase their memories. If it wasn't for him worrying about the Water Moon sect, the Wind Maiden would have already been taken by him. Speaking of which, although this old man was lustful, he was very cautious and never touched people he shouldn't touch. For example, his eyes were filled with lust when he looked at Princess Yalun. It was clear he had thoughts in his heart, but he could clearly control himself and not take the slightest risk. As for Tai Yen tribe's Ah Man and Yali Xian, their background was not a threat to old man Wu Sun, who was one of the 10,000 households. The Wind Maiden couldn't help shivering. Master, if you kill me with a knife. It's too disgusting. Seeing that he had scared enough, Song Qingshu smiled and said, Don't worry. With me protecting you, nothing will happen to you. Thank you. The Wind Maiden looked at him with a complex expression. At this time, Princess Yalun and the others had finished saying their farewells. The leader of the Chieshui army, Boru, suddenly gave the order to set off. The group of people left Peace Forest City and headed southwest. Song Qingshu silently observed along the way. Boru's Chieshui army, Hua Chen's subordinates, and old man Wu Sun's subordinates had a total of around 2,000 people. They were all elite warriors, and this kind of power was enough to suppress most of the tribes on the plains. In comparison, he was a bit more alone. No, at least he had the Wind Maiden as his subordinate. He also noticed something along the way. Compared to the armies of the Central Plains, the Mongolian soldiers each had 3 horses. After running for several dozen miles, they would switch horses and rest. Like this, they could travel at high speeds and did not even need to rest. They had water bottles to drink and dried meat to eat. It was no wonder the Mongolian army came and went like the wind, making the other countries tremble in fear. Song Qingshu was fine. Not only did he have a high level of cultivation, but he had also been on the battlefield many times. He was used to this kind of marching. However, the Wind Maiden had it hard. She frowned. The bumpy ride had probably caused her thighs to break. He threw a bottle of ointment to her and said, Find a chance to apply this on your legs. It should make you feel better. Thank you. The Wind Maiden blushed. There were men everywhere. How could she have the chance to apply the ointment under the watchful eyes of so many people? Fortunately, the army had to stop and reorganize after a short while. Even though the horses could be rotated, the people still needed to go to the toilet. The Wind Maiden found a chance to sneak away and only came back after a while. Seeing that her brows were relaxed, the ointment must have been effective. They continued marching until evening, when Borchu gave the order to set up camp. The soldiers of the various battalions started to set up their tents in an orderly manner. Others started a fire, fetched water, and cooked. Everyone was busy. Only Song Qingshu and the Wind Maiden were free. Old man Wu Sun had also returned to his tent to rest. Even though his cultivation was high, he was old. Moreover, he walked the path of a mage, so his body was naturally weaker. The bumpy journey had caused him to suffer a lot. It was only when he thought of the 30 beauties waiting for him in the Tai Yen tribe that he persevered. Looking at his hunched and trembling back, the Wind Maiden cursed in her heart, such a weak body, and still so lecherous. One day, he will die on a woman's belly. Song Qingshu nodded in agreement. When they fought earlier, he could clearly feel that old man Wu Sun's body was very weak, but in the end, he was still so lecherous. However, the other party was an expert from the Mongolian side. Naturally, he could not be so kind as to remind the other party to take care of his body. He could not wait for the old man to die. During dinner, Borchu invited everyone to his tent for a drink. Clearly, he was trying to get closer to them. In the past few days, Song Qingshu had already gotten used to this kind of dinner party. After the guests enjoyed themselves to their heart's content, he returned to his tent to rest. It was very cold in the northern desert grasslands at night. Other than the patrolling sentries, everyone else hid in their tents to rest. Song Qingshu and the Wind Maiden were arranged to share a tent. After all, they were marching, and it was impossible to prepare a tent for the Wind Maiden alone. Song Qingshu didn't reject her. Just as he was thinking about how he was going to sleep with the Wind Lady, he found that she had already fallen asleep on the bed. He could feel her beautiful curves through the blanket. This girl who warms the bed is quite competent. Song Qingshu chuckled. Just as he was about to crawl under the blanket, an alarm went off in his head. He hurriedly dodged backwards, and a gleaming dagger stabbed out from under the blanket. However, it quickly stopped 3 inches away from his neck. Song Qingshu's 2 fingers had already clamped down on the blade. I didn't expect the great sect to be so skilled. The woman across from him smiled, showing no signs of panic. Song Qingshu let go of the dagger and snorted coldly. What is the meaning of this, consort? The woman before him had eyes that seemed to contain a pool of spring water, and her oval face had a unique charm to it. Who else could it be but High Mansion? I was just joking with the great sect. There's no need for the great sect to mind. High Mansion put away the dagger and could not help but praise. The great sect's reflexes and agility are probably unmatched in the entire Mongolia. There's no need to flatter me. Why did you suddenly appear here? Song Qingshu chuckled. It can't be that consort is delivering a cannon from afar, right? Delivering a cannon. High Mansion was taken aback. Are you talking about the return cannon from the western region? That thing is extremely heavy. How could I carry it here by myself? Ahem, pretend I didn't say anything. Song Qingshu's interest waned. What are you doing here this time? High Mansion also put away that frivolous smile of his and said seriously, Didn't you say that you would ask the great sect for help in the future? Now it's here. Song Qingshu frowned. What is it? Chapter 23-28. Absolutely not. Song Qingshu flatly refused. Why not? High Mansion still had that charming smile on his face. You are the only expert bodyguard on this trip. With your martial arts skills, it won't be difficult to kill Wu Chun. It's precisely because I am his bodyguard that I can't kill him. Song Qingshu snorted. He didn't want to get into trouble. High Mansion walked in front of him and said with a smile, It can't be because he is Princess Yaluan's father that you can't bring yourself to kill him? Song Qingshu replied coldly, It has nothing to do with her. How can it be a small matter for someone of Wu Chen's status to be assassinated? I did promise you before that I would do one thing for you without making things difficult for you to repay your kindness last time, but it doesn't include this. High Mansion also put away his smile and said in a cold tone, Aren't you afraid that I will expose you for not being the true Water Moon Great Sect? And you don't even need to return to Helen City. You just have to run to inform Wu Chen and Old Man Wu Sun, and they will send troops to capture you. At that time, you can only resist, and I will also achieve my goal. Song Qingshu was not moved at all. At worst, we will fight to the death. At that time, I will expose the fact that Princess Yaluan organized an army to kill Su Lai Wu. Let's see who can't stand it first. Io, I was just joking with you. Why are you so serious? High Mansion nudged him with his shoulder. His face was like ice melting, and a smile instantly bloomed on his face. How can I let the great sect take such a big risk? When the time comes, the great sect only needs to leave for a while at a specific time, and my people will naturally do it. Good. Song Qingshu thought for a moment. Although he was sent to protect Wu Chun, he couldn't stay close to him all the time. He could find an excuse to leave for a moment, and it wouldn't arouse suspicion. As for Princess Yaluan's request, Song Qingshu naturally wouldn't be so blinded by lust that he would ruin his original intention of coming here because of a woman. If he could cause internal strife in Mongolia and weaken the strength of Mongolia, of course he would be happy to see it. The great sect is really straightforward. High Mansion poured 2 cups of horse milk wine. I wish us victory in advance. Song Qingshu wasn't afraid that she would poison him. He clinked his cup with her and drained it. Suddenly, he realized that the great sect probably didn't want him to do it in the first place. The reason he said that was to make him agree to the second condition. Even if I am not here, Wu Chun has Bolhu and the Chieshui army, old man Wu's son, and many family warriors. Who are you? Song Qingshu said. Mansion said. Hai Feng. Mansion smiled. It is for the great sect. The Mansion said. The less the great sect, the better. Knowing that she didn't want to say it, Song Qingshu gave up asking, It's freezing outside right now. Why don't you rest here tonight? Tian. But unfortunately there is. Only I but there. I King I Chen I Li Wu I Yu I comma T. Song Qingshu cupped his hands. If that is the case, I will warm the great sect's bed and keep you company. I promise you won't feel cold. Jaime burst out laughing. You sure have guts. You're making me more and more curious. Who exactly are you? Song Qingshu replied. If Wang Fei has the leisure and elegance to travel with me to Mount Wu, you will naturally know at that time. High Mansion took a few steps back. Sigh. I don't have such luck. I have important matters to attend to. I need to travel through the night. Moreover, I don't want to disturb your and Wind Lady's auspicious day. See you next time. As soon as she finished, her graceful figure disappeared into the darkness. After she went out, the Wind Maiden came in. Song Qingshu looked at her angrily. Did you join forces with her to plot against me? Wind Lady's nose was red from the cold. Hearing this, she paled. Please forgive me, master. I dare not disobey the great sect's orders. Song Qingshu asked curiously. Actually, I don't understand. The great sect is no longer under the Ogdi sect. Strictly speaking, the great sect's consort High Mansion is from a poor family. Why are you so afraid of her? I can't explain this to you, master. Please forgive me. A hesitant expression appeared on the Wind Maiden's face. Song Qingshu glanced at her and didn't force her any further. It's getting late. Let's go to sleep. Wind Lady's cheeks turned red. She began to undress. Song Qingshu flicked his finger and hit her sleeping acupoint. Right now, he didn't want to casually get into a relationship. Moreover, he had been fooling around at Zhao Min's place every day. If he were to do it again now, his body wasn't made of iron, and he needed time to recover his vitality after being in the juicer every day. When he woke up the next day, Song Qingshu ignored Wind Lady's resentful eyes. He went out to discuss matters with Wu Chun and the others. At the same time, he tried to see if he could find any clues and find out who High Manshan's assassin was. Looking at Song Qingshu's departing figure, the resentment in Wind Lady's eyes gradually disappeared. In its place was a relaxed expression. High Mansion had asked her to get close to him and seduce him. Now that he had rejected her, it was none of her business. The army headed west. About 10 days later, they finally arrived at the Taiyin tribe. The people of the Taiyin tribe had already come out to greet them. Chief Suruk led the tribe to the largest tent. As for the rest of the army, they were brought to a nearby tent by his subordinates. Song Qingshu had been secretly observing them. The people of the Taiyin tribe all had tall eyes and wide noses. Not only did they look different from the Han, but they also looked different from the Mongolians. He studied the military map and concluded that this place should be near the Kazakhs of the future. The men of the Taiyin tribe were all very strong. It was obvious that they were all outstanding warriors. However, there were not many of them. There were only a few hundred of them. The women who occasionally appeared in the tribe were tall and graceful. On average, they were pretty. No wonder Elder Wu's son kept talking about how he had dared to make a deal with Huajing just for the share of 30 beauties. Other than the chief Suruk, there was also a middle-aged man called Che Erku who was the strongest. On the way here, Song Qingshu had done his homework and knew that the #1 warrior of the Taiyan tribe was Suruk. However, Che Erku was a few years younger than him in the past and had not reached his peak, so he was not convinced of his loss. Now that so many years had passed, it was hard to say who was stronger. Suruk was Su Pu's father. Song Qingshu had met Su Pu and Li Wenxiu when he went north to Mongolia. Che Erku was Yili Xian's husband and Aman's father. This mother and daughter were the flowers of the Taiyan tribe. It was unknown if it was his fortune or misfortune. If this was a peaceful era, this would naturally be a great fortune, but in this chaotic world, these two famous women would definitely attract the greed of people like Old Man Wu Sunday. However, Old Man Wu's son maintained his mysterious and prestigious appearance, not revealing any lustful intentions at all. It seemed like he knew what was important. Wachun and Bo Erku told Suruk and the others the reason for their trip. Hearing that they were going to the nearby desert, the Taiyan tribe members all revealed looks of fear. Suruk quickly said, "Our tribe has been passed down for generations that there is a terrifying demon living in the depths of the desert that specializes in taking people's lives. No one has ever come out of the desert alive." Bo Erku unconcernedly said, "I have over 10,000 elite soldiers under my command and have never lost a battle in the past few years, so why would I be afraid of an evil demon? You just need to find a guide for me." Song Qingshu secretly laughed when he heard this. It was said that these Mongolians were straightforward, but he didn't think that they would lie without blinking. At most 2,000 people, he would say it was over 10,000. It seemed like he was trying to intimidate the Taiyan tribe. When Suruk and the others saw that they could not persuade him, they could only say, "In terms of familiarity with the desert, my son Su Pu is the best in the tribe. Let him be your guide." As the chief, he naturally had to take the lead and send out his son. Che Erku on the other side also said, "My 2 disciples Camel and Sansur are also experts in this area, let them go with you." Suruk thought that they would be taken care of, so he did not refuse. Chapter 23-29. Cherku frowned. "I've never heard of Amon having this kind of ability." Just as he was about to refuse, Su Pu said excitedly, "Amon has been there before, so she is indeed very familiar with the road." He and Aman were in love, so he naturally wanted to spend more time with her. Even if they played together during the day, they would soon go back to their own homes. This time, when they went out together, it was inevitable that they would spend the night outside. The young man was inevitably filled with all kinds of beautiful fantasies and expectations for such a scene. Old Man Wu's son, who was at the side, said, "Since that is the case, it is decided. Amon will travel with us tomorrow." Wochen and Boru also nodded. "Yes, since she is familiar with the road, it's good to have another guide." Suruk and Cherka looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. But since the Mongolian leaders had nodded, how could they refuse? They could only agree with a frown. Song Qingshu sighed in his heart. This Su Pu is too young, and he's completely unaware of the dangers of the world. His eyes are filled with excitement, and I presume he's looking forward to going out with his lover. But how could he know that his actions would be completely pushing his lover into a pit of fire? Song Qingshu looked around but did not see Li Wenxiu. He could not help but feel a little strange. The last time he saw them, Su Pu and Li Wenxiu looked very close, so why was he with Amon now? What a scumbag! Next, Wochen confirmed the existence of the Gaochang labyrinth with Suruk. Suruk replied while thinking, "Our tribe has a rumor that there is a labyrinth hidden in the depths of the desert, but for hundreds of years, no one has really seen it. No one who has entered the depths of the desert has come out. That evil spirit is really scary. You should reconsider. Wochen and Boru suddenly laugh. We Mongolians are great heroes who fear nothing. There is no need to say anything about a mere evil spirit. Suruk looked displeased. Didn't this mean that the people of the Taiyin tribe were all cowards? But now that the Mongolians were too powerful, they could only swallow their anger. Everyone began to discuss some preparations for entering the desert. When they were almost done, it was already late. Suruk and Churku stood up and invited everyone to a bonfire party. Wochen and the others naturally did not refuse. The people of the Taiyin tribe slaughtered cattle and sheep to entertain the Mongolians. With meat and wine to drink, the Mongolians were all smiles. During the banquet, Elder Wusun continued to compete with Chirku in drinking. Most of the people on the grasslands were very straightforward when it came to drinking. Seeing his great hospitality, they found it hard to refuse. One bowl after another, they quickly became dizzy. Song Qingshu could see clearly that every time Elder Wu Sun drank, he would secretly pour the wine on the grass behind him. Perhaps it was because he had used hypnosis, but Churku, who was beside him, did not see all of this. After he shouted, Pu Chun and Su drank together, of Wu, and of Su, and did not even to notice. Elder Wu Sun waved his hand, and his subordinates quickly helped Churku up, saying that they would send him back to rest. His disciples, Camel and Sansur, wanted to come over and help him, but they were blocked by Elder Wu Sun's subordinates with wine. They could only watch helplessly as they left. Song Qingshu frowned. He naturally knew the purpose of Elder Wu Sun's trip. Now that Elder Wu Sun had gotten Churka drunk, he probably had some ulterior motives. So, he used the excuse that it was convenient and quietly left the party to follow behind. After Elder Wu Sun and his group left 100 meters away, they were out of the sight of the people in the banquet hall. He waved his hand and had his subordinates carry Churku to a tent at the side. Then, he straightened his collar and walked in another direction. Song Qingshu was worried that Elder Wu Sun would harm Churku's life, so he hurriedly approached the tent to check. When he found that these people were only guarding Churku and did not kill him, he heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the figure of Elder Wu Sun in the distance, he was very curious. Where was he going this late at night? Could it be that he was the person that Sea Lost prepared to kill Wochen? Was he going to discuss with Sea Lost this time? Thinking of this, he quietly followed. Most of the people in the tribe were dancing and singing at the banquet hall. Adding in his high qinggong, naturally he would not be discovered. Together after following Elder Wu Sun for a while, he finally saw him arrive in front of a large tent. There was an Iron Yen warrior guarding in front of the tent, but after looking at him, he fell to the ground in a daze. What happened? The people in the tent heard the commotion, and a young woman quickly opened the tent to check. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. He had seen quite a few Iron Extension tribe girls at the bonfire party earlier. Each and every one of them was young and beautiful, but compared to this young woman, they were like fireflies meeting the brilliance of the sun and moon. She was wearing a white skirt and a black coat, and her vest was embroidered with beautiful gold lace, which wrapped around her well-rounded and slender body. She wore a snow-white felt hat on her head, but the white wool on the small felt hat was far inferior to her snow-white skin. Old man Wu's son couldn't help swallowing his saliva. You are Che Ku's wife, Yali Xian? I am. Who are you? The young woman looked at the old man in front of her with a bit of doubt. Could you be one of those Mongolian guests? The hidden Song Qingshu was a bit suspicious. He vaguely remembered that this Yali Xian should have died according to the plot, so what was going on? At this time, old man Wu Sun said with a smile, Yali Xian, are you confused? You can't even recognize your husband Che Ku. I am Che Ku. A look of anger flashed across the beautiful young woman's face. How could you be Che Ku? Her beautiful shining eyes suddenly became a bit confused. Che Erku, are you really Che Erku? Old man Wu's son's lips curled up into a proud smile. That's right, it's cold outside. Let's talk inside. Oh, all right. Yili Xian subconsciously nodded and considerately helped her husband open the curtains. Cheku, didn't you have to entertain those Mongolian guests? Why did you come back so early? Old man Wu Sun placed a hand on her soft waist and laughed at the same time. That stupid donkey drank a few cups and became drunk, so I came back to accompany my dear wife. Hateful, Yili Xian pouted, clearly not realizing that this man was not her husband at all. Song Qinshu, who was outside, felt a bit of a toothache. He never thought that old man Wu Sun did not come to meet Hai Wanli, but rather he came to harm someone else's wife because of his lust. He really is a beast. With such powerful spiritual energy, he didn't use it as a noble totem and instead used it to do this kind of dirty thing? I also know the soul transferring technique. Did I use it to deal with women? Madam, be good, take off your clothes. The sound of old man Wu Sun swallowing came from inside. Yili Xian's doubtful voice came. Cheku, you are very strange today. Don't you usually call me Yili Xian? Song Qingshu's heart filled with joy. It seemed like Yili Xian had realized something was wrong. Chapter 23:30. Song Qingshu couldn't help feeling a bit hesitant. He was naturally not willing to see an innocent woman being harmed by old man Wu Sun, but if he made a move, old man Wu Sun was not an ordinary person and it would not be easy for him to deal with him. His identity would be easily exposed and it would be disadvantageous to his plan to head north. But if he did not save her, it would go against his will. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly thought of something and quickly hid behind the tent. He saw a black shadow suddenly appear from the other side and charge into the tent. Soon, there were sounds of fighting coming from inside the tent. Song Qinshu gathered sword chi on his finger and sliced open a corner of the tent. He saw the black shadow quickly attack old man Wu Sun, putting him in a very difficult position. Although old man Wu Sun was an expert in spiritual attacks, he did not expect his close combat martial arts to not be weak. However, it could be seen that he had been injured by the enemy's sneak attack and was in a very difficult position. After watching for a while, Song Qingshu could see that although the Black Shadow's martial arts were not bad, it could not be considered a peak expert. Otherwise, a mage like old man Wu Sun would have already been defeated by a warrior in close combat. Old man Wu Sun gradually pulled away and his eyes lit up. The Black Shadow's figure instantly froze as if he was stunned. Song Qingshu had fought with old man Wu Sun before and knew that this Black Shadow had been hit by his body freezing technique and could not control his body at all. Old man Wu Sun gave a fiendish laugh and pulled out a dagger to end his life. The Black Shadow suddenly raised his hand with difficulty. If it was not for Song Qingshu's high cultivation, he would not have seen the black needles shooting out. Old man Wu Sun's expression changed and he quickly pulled the woman beside him to block, but he was a step too late. His body had already been hit by several fine needles. Yili Xian. The Black Shadow noticed that most of the needles had been blocked by Yili Xian and his eyes couldn't help popping out. At this time, there was a commotion in the distance. It seemed like many people had heard the commotion and were rushing over. The Black Shadow revealed a look of hesitation and finally said with a hateful tone, "Who told you to choose Che Urku in the past?" Then he broke through the tent and disappeared into the darkness. Old man Wu Sun quickly sealed the acupoints on his wound and thought to himself, "What a domineering poison needle." He also heard the sounds of a group of people rushing over and could only look at Yili Xian with regret. It's a pity." After saying this, he quickly left the tent and disappeared to the other side. He did not want the Tai Yen tribe to see him in someone else's wife's tent in the middle of the night. Wouldn't that force the Tai Yen tribe to immediately turn hostile? A trivial Tai Yen tribe was not important, but if it affected the main matter and was spread to the Great Khan's ears, he would not be able to bear the consequences. It had to be said that the large man in the past could not forget Yili Xian. After the two of them left, Song Qingshu immediately entered the tent to take a look. He saw that Yili Xian's eyes were closed and her face was incomparably pale without a trace of blood, as if she wasn't breathing. Song Qingshu reached out to check her neck and found that there was an imperceptible pulse. After a little hesitation, he grabbed her shoulder and disappeared into the night. Haha Literature Network. Yili Xian had been poisoned by the Black Shadow's poison needle. This needle was clearly incomparably poisonous, but it was an exaggeration to say that it could kill upon contact with blood. No matter how poisonous a poison was, it would take time to take a person's life. However, there were many times when medical conditions were limited and a person would fall into a false death state from being poisoned. If she was left here, when the Tai Yen tribe came, no one would be able to save her and they would only be able to obtain a corpse in the end. Saving a life was better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Moreover, he had always been a person who had tender and protective feelings for the fairer sect. He immediately brought her back to his tent. On the way back, he quickly sealed her acupoints and protected her heart meridian. As soon as he left, Suluk, Wu Chun, and the others led a large group of warriors over. Seeing the mess in the tent and the fainted guards outside, their expressions all changed. Very quickly Che Ku stumbled over, muttering to himself, "Yili Xian, my Yili Xian, where did you go? I shouldn't have drunk so much wine." At this time, another beautiful young girl also rushed over after hearing the news. Some people were born to be the focus of everyone. It was clearly night time, but everyone seemed to see a bright moon shining brightly, as if they had seen an elf on the grassland. "Father, what happened to my mother?" The beautiful young girl had a look of panic on her face, and the tears in her eyes were like pearls, making the surrounding men feel pity for her. Su Pu walked over and comforted him. "Ah man, don't worry. There are no bloodstains here, so I think your mother is fine. She was just kidnapped. Don't worry, I will immediately gather the men in the tribe to search for her." Suluk also comforted her, but his eyes swept over the clothes on the ground. He recognized that it was Yili Xian's clothes, and thinking about how beautiful she was, it was unknown how many men coveted her when she was a young girl. Now that her clothes had fallen, perhaps she had already met with misfortune. However, he was Che Ku's friend and enemy, so naturally he would not say this at this time. Wu Chun and Bo Er on the side looked at each other, thinking that it was no wonder that old man Wu Sun wanted Ah Man to be a guide. This young girl was truly beautiful. Wu Chun even felt a bit of regret in his heart. He had seen Hua Zheng before, and although she was not bad, her appearance was far inferior to this beautiful young girl in front of him. If he could marry this young girl, however, this thought was suppressed as soon as it rose. At his age, he had long passed the age where he was greedy for beauty. He could clearly distinguish what was the most important thing in marrying a wife. Hua Zheng was the Khan's most treasured daughter and the current Mongolian princess. So what if this young girl was beautiful? She was destined to become a plaything of the rich and powerful. How could she compare to the wealth and power that a princess could bring? On the other hand, Bor's eyes glinted. He was thinking that he had to get his hands on this beautiful little girl so that his life would not be in vain. Bo Chen was about to marry Princess Huajing, and this place was also the princess's fief. Even if he had the guts, he would not dare to touch other women. However, Wu Sun might not be the same. He had heard him talking about this woman in Helen City. He must think of a way to snatch this woman from his hands. Where did this fellow go? The two of them had their own thoughts, but on the surface, they still comforted the Taiyan tribe. At the same time, they ordered the Mongolian warriors under them to help search. Bo Er even thought that even if he could not get his daughter, getting her mother would not be a bad idea. It would also avoid conflict with old man Wu Sunday. So other than Su Pu, Che Erku, and the others, his subordinates were the most diligent in searching. While they were searching for Yili Xian, Song Qingshu was in the tent helping her detoxify. He was already familiar with forcing out the poison. He had even survived the world's #1 poison, the golden rippling flower, So what did other poisons count for? He supported her body to sit in front of her and then used the one yang finger to quickly seal the acupuncture points on her body. Not long after, a bunch of poison needles that were thinner than hair shot out of her body and hit a tent pole on the side. Chapter 23:31. Such a thin needle could easily break in one's body. Once it entered one's heart, even a god would not be able to save it. If Song Qingshu was not proficient in the life and death talisman and understood the characteristics of these hidden weapons in the human body, he might not have been able to force the poison out no matter how strong he was. After the needle left the body, Song Qingshu looked at the thin needles on the pillar that were so weak that he would have missed them if he didn't look carefully. Because of his relationship with Ren Yingying, he almost immediately recognized that it was the black blood god needle of the Sun-Moon sect. Did someone from the Sun-Moon sect come to the desert? Song Qingshu was surprised, but immediately denied this guess. Now that Ren Wuxing and Ren Wuxing were helping in Linnan, how could someone from the sect come to the desert thousands of miles away? But this needle was indeed the black blood god needle of the Sun-Moon sect. It was really confusing. But now was not the time to think about this. Although the needle was forced out, the poison was not cured. He quickly took out an antidote pill and gave it to her. Now he was the leader of the Carefree sect, the Sun-Moon sect, and Peach Blossom Island. At the same time, he was close friends with the Western Poison and the Poison Hand King of Medicine, so he had all kinds of antidotes. Originally, with his current cultivation, he did not need to bring so many medicines. But because he was poisoned by the golden ripple flower and almost died, Zhou Zhiruo, Ren Yingying, and Ajiu all used their own channels to find a lot of elixirs for him to protect himself. Even Huang Rong secretly gave him a lot of Huang Yaoshi's collection last time on Peach Blossom Island. Song Qingshu naturally did not want to disappoint their good intentions. At the same time, in order to make them feel at ease, he carried these medicines with him. He did not expect it to really work. As the medicine gradually dissolved, Yili Xian groaned and woke up. Where is this? She felt so weak that she didn't even want to move her fingers. She gradually saw the situation in the tent and suddenly remembered what happened before. She felt a man pressing against her from behind and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. She subconsciously wanted to get up and escape. Don't move, you've been poisoned and I'm helping you force out the poison. Song Qingshu looked at her in confusion. Why did this woman have such a big reaction? Yili Xian finally reacted and her pale face turned red. It turned out the other side was pointing at her back and she had been thinking too much. Was it you that saved me? Yili Xian recalled the situation just now. That black-clothed man had suddenly charged in, and she was shocked to find that her husband in front of her had suddenly turned into a wretched old man. Before she could react, she felt a slight pain in her chest, and then she didn't know anything else. Thinking up to here, she subconsciously lowered her head, and was shocked to find that the clothes on her chest were half undone, revealing her snow-white skin. She instantly felt as if she was struck by lightning, and her tears involuntarily flowed down. Song Qingshu noticed her actions and naturally guessed what she was thinking. He said lightly, "Don't think too much. You have a poisonous needle in your chest. If I want to get the needle out, I naturally have to take off some of your clothes and force the needle to detoxify. You are a mature woman, you wouldn't be like those little girls who want to die for this matter, right?" Yili Xian had already seen the poison needle on the wooden stick and gradually calmed down. Thank you. Our Tai Yen tribe clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. Since you did this to save me, I naturally will not blame you and will only thank you. Song Qingshu was a bit surprised. He never thought that she would be this easy to talk to. He was prepared to deal with a bunch of melodramatic plots. There's no need to thank me. I just don't want to see such a beautiful woman die. Song Qingshu withdrew his true qi. The poison in her body had mostly been cleared, and as long as she took medicine on time, she would be able to recover after a period of rest. Speaking of which, the Sun-Moon religion's black blood god needle was truly vicious. If it wasn't for him, no one in the Tai-Yen tribe would have been able to remove it. Moreover, the needle was too thin and the cause of death might not even be found. Dong dong. Sensing that the person behind her had left, Yili quickly tried to button up the front of her clothes. It was a pity that after being poisoned, her hands and feet did not listen to her. She tried for a long time without success and she almost cried. Song Qingshu casually waved his hand and the blanket on the side covered her body. You've seen what you shouldn't have seen, so you don't need to be this excited. Be careful of the poison in your body repeating itself. Yili thought that this person was like this, but she felt that his words were very reasonable. She did not know how to refute him, so she changed the topic and said, "May I ask for the hero's name? My husband has a certain prestige in the Tai-Yen tribe and will definitely repay you." Song Qingshu gave a gentle laugh. Who would this woman scare by bringing up her husband at this time? But he did not expose her. "You don't need to ask for my name and I don't need you to repay me." Yili finally noticed that there was a black cloth covering his face and she could not see his appearance. She could only see a pair of bright eyes. "Hero, why are you covering your face? This is for your own good. The less you know, the less danger there will be." Song Qingshu said, "Other than that, I want to remind you not to tell the Tai-Yen tribe about what happened today, especially that old man's appearance and clothing." Although Yili did not recognize old man Wu Sun, that servant Wu Sun had such a wretched appearance. As long as he described him a bit, people who had seen him would be able to match him. As for his own identity, he did not want it to be exposed. Why? Yili face was covered in a layer of anger. That person is so bad, he actually dared to pretend to be Che Erku. I was almost. She was too embarrassed to continue. Song Qingshu said, "This person's identity is very famous and he has a high status. Once this matter is exposed, it will only bring disaster to your tribe." Yili face was filled with stubbornness. "Our Tai-Yen tribe is full of men, how could we be afraid of other people's power? Even if the one in trouble today was not me, but the other sisters of the tribe, we will definitely take revenge for her." Song Qingshu suddenly felt a toothache. The moral system and values of the nomadic tribes on the prairies were very different from the people of the Central Plains. Perhaps his words would not have any use at all. Suddenly his heart moved and he said, "Why don't you think about why you unconsciously thought of him as your husband when that person looked at you?" I don't know either." Yili was filled with fear as a look of fear flashed across her face. Could it be that he is a demon from somewhere? Song Qingshu guided her from the side. "In the legends of your tribe, doesn't it say that there is an evil spirit in the desert?" Yili body trembled. "That's right, it must be him. The legends say that the evil spirit in the desert can steal a person's soul and can kill people without leaving a trace. It must be him." Seeing her intense reaction, Song Qingshu finally smiled. She didn't listen to reason. He never thought that the legends of ghosts and gods would be so useful here. That evil spirit should not have gone far. If you don't want it to harm your tribe, then don't go back tonight. Rest here for the night and wait until tomorrow morning. Song Qingshu thought that it would be hard for her to explain if she went back now. It was fine with the Tai-Yen tribe, but old man Wu Sun would most likely be suspicious. She could only quietly go back after the Mongolian army left tomorrow. This would be the best for everyone. Why? Yili tightly grasped the blanket on her body and subconsciously took a step back. Song Qingshu was speechless and could only explain it in a way she could understand. That evil spirit should have heard that the Mongolians were entering the desert, so it came out. Tomorrow, the Mongolians will be heading to its nest, so naturally it will have to go back as well, otherwise its nest will be lost. Chapter 2332. Song Qingshu was stunned. Before he could reply, the tent's curtain was pushed open and a petite figure charged in. "Master, are you here?" The person who came in was naturally the Wind Maiden. Song Qingshu had already heard the footsteps of this person, so he did not stop her. "What did you find me for?" Song Qingshu asked. The Wind Maiden looked at the beautiful young woman in the blanket, and did not come back to her senses for a while. When she heard his words, she subconsciously pointed outside. "Something seems to have happened to the Taiyin tribe. Che Urku's wife has been kidnapped." Her voice became weaker as she spoke. The woman in front of him had a very exotic appearance, and her hairstyle was exactly the same as the Taiyin tribe. It was easy to guess her identity even with one's toes. "Oh, have you found the person?" Song Qingshu was very calm. "The Taiyin tribe has split into several groups to search. Bo Eru has also personally led people into the wilderness, but there is still no news." The Wind Maiden's expression became more and more strange. It really was hard to guard against a thief in one's own home. That woman was here. It would be strange if they could find her in the wilderness. "Did anyone ask about me?" Song Qingshu asked in a deep voice. He had just disappeared from the bonfire party, so if someone investigated it, they would be suspicious. The Wind Maiden replied, "Wu Chun did ask about it. I said that Master suddenly had an epiphany and went to find a place to break through. I was worried that they would send people to find you, so I quickly came back." She had thought that Song Qingshu had disappeared to meet with Hai Wanli, but who would have thought that he had actually gone to steal a woman? Song Qingshu nodded. "You're quite smart, not using the excuse of being drunk." It had to be known that back at Ali Buji's residence, he had won against Alander and was already a famous wine immortal in Lin City. If he said he was drunk, no one would doubt it. The Wind Maiden looked at him with a complicated expression and said with a resentful expression, "I finally understand why Master hasn't touched me in the past few days. So you like being a wife?" Song Qingshu's face darkened. "What nonsense are you saying? It's not what you think. You are a member of the Mongolian envoys?" Yili Xian finally understood at this time and couldn't help crying out in surprise. Song Qingshu said lightly, "Sometimes, knowing too much isn't necessarily a good thing." Yili Xian's beautiful face revealed a look of panic. She had thought that he was a messenger sent by God to save her, but she never thought that he and old man Wu Sun were from the Mongolian envoys. Then why did they save her? The Wind Maiden pulled out a dagger from her thigh and instantly placed it against Yili Xian's neck. "Master, kill her after playing with her, otherwise it will be very troublesome if this matter is exposed." Hearing this, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. "Don't kill her. I still have a use for her." The Wind Maiden misunderstood his meaning and hurriedly advised, "This woman is indeed beautiful, but she is in the Taiyin tribe and her identity is special. Once she is discovered, I am afraid that the Mongolians will not protect you. If Master really can't bear to part with her, you can use her a few more times tonight. I will secretly find a place to dispose of her tomorrow morning." Yili Xian had a good impression of this petite woman, but when she heard her words, a thought appeared in her mind. Were these people all demons? Thinking of being played with like a female slave and being killed afterwards, she couldn't take the fright she had tonight. She called for help as she tried to get up and run out of the tent. It was a pity that the poison in her body had not been cleared and her body was very weak. After running 2 steps, she fell to the ground. As for her cries for help, the cold wind was howling outside and everyone was searching for her. The entire camp was filled with noise and she couldn't hear anything at all. "Look at how scared she is." Song Qingshu angrily looked at the Wind Maiden, and then walked over to help Yili Xian up. Yili Xian quickly moved back in fright. "I thought you were a good person, but I never thought that you only saved me to occupy me for a long time." Song Qingshu softly said, "Aren't you feeling a bit too good about yourself? Although you are beautiful, I have seen many people prettier than you in this world. Not all men are as greedy for your body as you think." Then why did you save me? Although the other side's tone was not polite, Yili Xian's heart calmed down a bit. Can't I help when I see injustice? Song Qingshu gave a snort. The Wind Maiden on the side had a look of doubt. What was her master doing? Couldn't he just take off her clothes and push her down? What was the point in doing this? Could it be that he not only wanted her body, but also her heart? This master's level was much higher than the previous masters. Finally seeing that Song Qingshu did not make any further moves, Yili Xian finally calmed down. Song Qingshu reminded her, remember what I just said. Other than that, you have seen my methods. If you don't want trouble, don't investigate my identity and don't expose the matter of seeing me. Yes, Yili Xian was now a fish on the chopping block, how could she refuse? Seeing her expression, Song Qingshu nodded in satisfaction. He said to the Wind Maiden, who was watching the show from the side, send her back secretly tomorrow morning and rest here for the next few days. Also, help me keep an eye on her to see if she's spouting nonsense. The Wind Maiden was instantly anxious. I want to go with Master. Before she finished, she was mercilessly cut off by Song Qingshu. Have you forgotten the pain of riding a horse? The burning pain on her inner thigh made the Wind Lady unable to continue her words. When she thought about how it would be even more difficult to ride a horse in the desert, she had the urge to retreat and no longer resist the other party's arrangement. It's getting late, it's time to rest. You sleep on the bed with her. Song Qingshu pointed at Yili Xian on the side. Yili Xian couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. Although this young girl's words were scary, she was still a woman and sleeping with her was better than sleeping with a man. The Wind Maiden giggled. No need, I'll make my own bed. Master, you can sleep on the bed. In this period of time, she had already vaguely understood her new master's temper. He was clearly a bit lecherous, but he cared a lot about his face. As a maid, how could she not know this? On the side, Yili Xian's face instantly turned pale. She was thinking that, if the other side really agreed, she would risk her life to protect her chastity. Put away your little thoughts. Song Qingshu looked at the Wind Maiden. In the bitter cold lands of the north, it will be bone-chilling at night and there won't be any heat left. I'm afraid your little life will be gone if you sleep for a night. Then what about you? The Wind Maiden's heart warmed. Although this new master's mouth was very fierce, he seemed to be very kind. The Water Moon Great Sect would not think this much for disciples like them in the past. Song Qingshu tied a rope to the two ends of the tent before tapping his feet and lying down. I'll sleep here. Master, how did you do this? The Wind Maiden quickly ran over to take a look. It was clearly a normal rope, so how could a person maintain their balance when sleeping on it? Yili Xian on the side also looked at this strange scene with wide eyes. Was this man really a messenger sent by Allah? It's fine as long as your heart is calm. Song Qingshu couldn't help thinking of Xiao Long Nu. If he knew this earlier, he would have been more careful when he was playing with Li Qingluo, otherwise she wouldn't have left without saying goodbye. Thinking of this regret, the rope couldn't help shaking and he quickly gathered his thoughts. If he accidentally fell down after acting cool, it would really be shameful. On the morning of the second day, the large group gathered to search for Gao Changguo's treasure in the depths of the desert. Su Pu wanted to stay behind to help Ah Man find Yili Xian, but he was rejected by Bo Er Chen and Bo Er Hu. Even Ah Man had to go because their main mission this time was to find Gao Changguo's treasure. As for the wife of a tribal warrior, who cared about her? Chapter 23:33. Song Qingshu's heart turned cold. He finally remembered that when he was heading north from the western summer country, he had met Li Wenxiu and Su Pu being attacked by the Water Moon main sect. When he appeared and killed the Water Moon main sect, the two of them had seen it. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. He had been so tense in Helen's city that he had forgotten about this matter. Bo Er was reorganizing the army on the side. He wanted to find Yili Xian last night and have some fun, But who would have thought that he wouldn't be able to find a single hair after working all night? His heart was filled with anger, so he was shouting at his subordinates, and did not hear what was happening over here. Bo Chun heard Su Pu's words and looked at Song Qingshu with a bit of suspicion. The main sect should not have come to the Tai Yin tribe before, right? Of course not. Song Qingshu's heart was filled with waves, but his expression did not change. This little brother must have recognized the wrong person. Seeing his natural expression, Su Pu was also a bit doubtful. Oh, maybe I recognized the wrong person. Just like how the people of the country could not tell what foreigners looked like when people of other countries looked at Chinese, they were also completely blind. The Tai Yen tribe belonged to the Central Plains, so there was a clear difference in their appearance compared to the people of the Central Plains. Song Qingshu did not think of this. His mind was filled with thoughts as he tried to think of a way to solve this problem. At this time, he saw Su Pu's eyes light up and he quickly ran to the side. "A man, you're here?" Song Qingshu looked back and finally understood why old man Wu's son could not forget them and why Li Wenxiu lost to her in the original work. It was rare to see such a beautiful young girl. Standing there timidly, she was like the most beautiful flower on the grassland, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of tenderness and care for her. Song Qingshu couldn't help thinking of the vase with Princess Xiangxiang's face in Xingqing Palace. To a certain degree, the two girls were similar, like they were both elves of the plains. Looking at this young girl that looked similar to Yi Xian, he couldn't help feeling a bit of regret. If he wanted to last night, he could have tasted the most beautiful flower on the plains. Of course, this was just a fleeting thought. It was normal to think about many things, but whether or not one took action was the difference between humans and beasts. Su Pu and the others didn't let me find my mother. They forced me to come here. Seeing her lover, a man couldn't help but rush over and cry beside him. I was also forcibly brought here by them. Su Pu comforted his lover while glaring at Wu Chen and the others. Chen said in a deep voice, "The search for the treasures of Gaochang is a mission personally ordered by the Great Khan. No one can afford to delay it." But seeing Ah Man's pitiful appearance, he couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh, so he said, "You don't have to worry, I'll leave 100-man team here to help find your mother." Beside them, Surak and Cherku also tried to persuade them. They were older and could naturally tell that the Mongolians did not come with good intentions. If a conflict really broke out, they would be the ones to suffer. Only then did Aman wipe away her tears and join the team. In addition to her and Su Pu, Cherku's disciples, Camel and Sansur, were also in the Taiyin tribe. They were all famous warriors in the tribe and were very familiar with the surrounding terrain. Before setting off, Song Qingshu finally saw old man Wu's son, who had just arrived. He noticed that his face was pale and there was a faint green aura between his eyebrows. He laughed inwardly, knowing that the old man was probably affected by the black blood poison needle last night. Knowing the answer, he asked, "Great shaman, why do you look so pale? Are you sick?" Old man Wu's son smiled awkwardly. "Maybe I drank too much with Churka last night, and then I was blown by the cold wind, so I'm not feeling well." Song Qingshu sneered inwardly. He even competed with Cherku in drinking, almost forcing his wife onto the bed. Hearing this, Chen turned around and said, "If Great Shaman is not feeling well, why don't we set off a few days later?" Hearing his words, Ah Man and Su Pu both showed expressions of anger. After all, their biological mother was missing and no one knew whether she was alive or dead. These Mongolians did not take it seriously and still set off. But this old man just caught a cold, and they actually wanted to postpone the journey for him. Was there any justice in this world? It was a good thing old man Wu's son had a guilty conscience and was worried that something would happen if he stayed here. He did not want to face the anger of the Tai Yen tribe alone, so he quickly said, "No problem, it's just a small matter. It will be over soon." Although he said this, his heart was filled with worry. The hidden weapons that the mysterious person used last night were too vicious. Even if he used the Yili to block most of them, he had still been hit by 3 poison needles. Although the poison on the needles was overbearing, with his cultivation, it was not a big deal. He could force it out after some time, but the needles were too thin. If he was not careful, they would break into pieces and stay in his body. How could he force them out in a short amount of time? He could only use a large amount of qi to protect his heart, preventing the broken needles from entering his heart. Even a god would not be able to save him if that happened. Song Qingshu noticed the difficult expression on his face, and could guess the situation he was facing. Although his cultivation was high, it was mainly focused on the spiritual aspect. He was still lacking in close combat, otherwise he would not have been hit by that person's poison needles last night. Looking at it now, it seemed like the poison needles had not been completely forced out and his strength would be greatly reduced. The group of people all had their own thoughts as they set off in the direction of the desert. After the large group left, the Wind Maiden finally let Yili leave. After a night of rest, although Yili body was still weak, she could barely move by herself. "Thank your master for me." Yili had been worried that that person would have bad intentions towards her last night, but that person had been sleeping peacefully on the rope. Now that she had regained her freedom, she thought back to her speculations about that person yesterday and her heart was filled with embarrassment. She thought that she had treated her benefactor like an enemy and she had let down God. "I'll remind you again, you have to keep last night's matter a secret. Also, don't ask for master's name." The Wind Maiden harumphed in annoyance. This woman was so beautiful, and she was tall and slender. Most importantly, even her breasts were so huge. She had slept under the same blanket last night, and the stark contrast between the two was making her doubt her life. "I know." Yili gave an unsound. Seeing that the other side was not interested in talking to her, she gave a slight nod and walked back to her home. When she came out of the tent, she found that her husband was drinking wine at home. His entire body was haggard and there was still dew on his hair. It was clear that he had been running around in the wilderness all night. She couldn't help feeling a bit of pain in her heart. "Che Erku, drinking wine at this time is too harmful to the body. Quickly go to sleep." Che Erku looked up in disbelief. Seeing his beautiful wife standing in front of him, he couldn't help calling out in surprise, "Yili, are you all right?" Yili couldn't help smiling. "Could it be that you want me to be all right?" Chapter 23:34. Feeling her husband's warm chest, Yili, who had been worried all night, finally relaxed. "Yesterday there was a thief that suddenly entered my tent, and then there was a mysterious masked person that suddenly charged in and the two of them fought. That masked person could not win, so he shot out many poison needles when he left. That thief used me as a shield, but he was also hit by the poison needles. Hearing that you all dared to come, they quickly ran away." She followed their previous agreement and spoke in a half-truth and half-lie. "Poison needles?" Cheku was shocked. "You were hit by poison needles? Also, why didn't we see you when we came in?" "There was a messenger sent by the true Lord that knew you couldn't save me, so he took me away to cure the poison." Yili face was slightly red, looking even more beautiful than the most beautiful flower on the plains. "Who is the true Lord's messenger?" Cheku asked with a frown. "I also don't know his identity." Yili shook her head. She was wondering if she should find a chance to ask who in the Mongolian envoys had a maid. "You spent the night with that man?" Cheku was instantly filled with jealousy. It had to be known that when Yili was a young girl, she had attracted many men's attention. The most famous one was a warrior from the same tribe called Viraki. In the past, the two of them had almost died fighting over her. Because his wife was too beautiful and he had many pursuers, he was very sensitive to this matter. Yili couldn't help angrily saying, I already told you that the other side was the true Lord's messenger and he was saving me. What are you thinking? Seeing his wife angry, Cheku instantly became soft. He scratched his head and said with a laugh, "Isn't it because you had too many pursuers in the past few years, making me feel a kind of insecurity?" Yili Xian angrily said, "Still mentioning the matters of the past, our daughter is already so big now." Cheku helped his wife sit down as he said, "But you are still this beautiful. Who in the tribe doesn't say that you don't look like Ah Man's elder sister when you stand together? Just like that bastard Suruk, his eyes always look at you when he drinks. I am very clear on what he is thinking. If it wasn't for the fact that his son and our Ah Man are in love, I wouldn't have let him off. Humph, humph." Yili Xian snappily said, "You're thinking so much just by looking at me, really." "Hee hee, it's my fault, it's my fault." Cherku poured a bowl of milk tea for his wife to drink. "Tell me about that messenger of Allah. How did you know he was the messenger of Allah?" "Because he has great abilities." Yili Xian recalled last night's events as she replied. "It's said that the mysterious person last night was a demon from the depths of the desert. He knew that the Mongols were going to enter the desert, so he came out to stop them. Anyone that was stabbed by the demon's needle would silently die, but he had the ability to save me. Other than Allah's messenger, who else could it be? A demon in the desert." Cherku shivered. Over the years, this legend had been passed down from generation to generation in the tribe, and the fear of the demon deep in the desert could be said to have been carved into their bones. Yes. Not only did that emissary scare away the demons, but he also quickly undid the curse on the devil needle and forced a dozen devil needles out of my body. Because of Yili Xian's suspicious attitude towards her benefactor last night, she was filled with regret now. Her words were filled with praise to make up for the guilt in her heart. "Wait, you're saying that person quickly undid the curse on your body?" Cherku sensed something strange from his wife's words. "That's right." Yili Xian looked at her husband strangely. Cherku angrily said, "Since that person saved you early in the morning, why didn't he let you come back and let you spend the night with him?" "That's because the demon is still around the tribe and he's worried that my return will bring disaster to you and Ah Man," Yili Xian explained. "What bullshit demon? Cherku is not afraid. I'm just afraid that my wife will be bullied by others." Cherku angrily roared. Trade Wind Literature Network Yili Xian was also a bit angry. "What do you mean by saying this?" "What do I mean?" Cherku pointed at the clothes she was wearing. "I clearly remember that you weren't wearing these clothes yesterday. You even changed your clothes after spending the night with someone else, and you were wearing such revealing clothes, so you should know what you did." Yili Xian looked down and remembered that in order to save her last night, that person had to cut off the clothes in front of her chest. Naturally she couldn't wear it today, so she borrowed a set from the Wind Maiden. It was a pity that the two of them were a bit different and this set of clothes was too short, revealing her snow-white stomach. At the same time, it was too tight around her chest, making it seem a bit slutty. "My chest was hit by a demon's poison needle, and it was someone else who saved me. That's why I changed my clothes." Yili Xian was ashamed and angry. Cherku instantly jumped up. "You took off your clothes in front of that person?" "No." Yili Xian quickly explained as she was about to cry from anger. "I almost lost my life, and you didn't care, only caring about these random things. I know that this has nothing to do with you, and I'm not blaming you. I'm just blaming that person for being too despicable, actually saying things like Allah's messenger and demon." Cherku hatefully said, "Who is that person? I'll go find him to settle this debt." Allah's messenger and demon were all my own thoughts, it wasn't something that person said. Yili Xian said. "It can only be said that person's methods are brilliant. I am a man, so I understand a man's thoughts the best. There is no man who wouldn't be moved by a beauty like you, angering me to death. Where is my blade?" Cherka's hair and beard stood up as he searched for his blade in the tent. "Quickly tell me, who is that person?" "Don't, you can't beat him." Seeing that her husband was serious, Yili Xian instantly panicked. She was clear on how strong that person was. Not to mention the Tai Yin tribe, even if all the warriors of the surrounding prairies were added together, they still wouldn't be a match for that person. She did not know that her words of concern were grating to her husband's ears. Cherku angrily pushed her away. Let's talk about whether I can beat him or not. My Tai Yin tribe does not have cowards. Yili Xian was already weak after being poisoned and being pushed by him. How could she still stand? She fell to the ground and with her anger attacking her heart, she couldn't help fainting. Cherka was shocked and quickly ran over to help her up. Yili Xian, what's wrong? Suluk also came over at this time. You found sister-in-law? Aya, what is this situation? The quarrel between the two had already attracted quite a few people in the tribe. The people outside were pointing and whispering to each other. Yili Xian is this beautiful, spending a night with another man outside, I'm afraid. Hey, which man can resist this kind of temptation? I already said it. Yili Xian's eyes are filled with charm. You can tell with a single glance that she is not someone who knows her place. AI, that's why everyone can't marry a wife that is too beautiful in the future, it's just too troublesome. In the past, he and Viraki fought over Yili Xian, almost harming the entire tribe, and now this matter has happened. The Wind Girl mixed in the crowd suddenly realized something. Master's move of advancing by retreating was truly brilliant. Compared to yesterday's method of making him sleep with her, it was too clumsy. Chapter 2335. The Mongolian army walked for dozens of miles to the west. According to the guides, Supu, Sansur, and the others, the desert was just behind them, and they would be very far away from the next oasis. So, Oken ordered the army to rest and resupply here. A smile flashed across Song Qingshu's face. Why did it feel like the service station on the highway in his previous life? But if you missed the service station on the highway, you wouldn't be able to go to the toilet or refuel. But in the Gobi Desert, if you didn't take care of your supplies and missed an oasis, you might pay with your life. Gobi! Listening to those people shouting, Song Qingshu thought of the beautiful and gentle woman in the Jin kingdom, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Achoo! Song Qingshu suddenly felt his nose itch and sneezed a few times in a row. Could it be that someone was bad-mouthing him behind his back? A man, who was standing beside him, looked over and said softly, In this season, the weather on the grassland changes greatly from day to night. Most of you Han people are not used to it, so it's easy for you to get sick. Put this herb near your nose, and your symptoms should be better. As she spoke, she handed over a sachet. A few dried herbs could be vaguely seen from the sachet, making her wrist even more white and delicate. Seeing that the corners of her eyes were red, she was obviously still worried about her mother's safety. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Little girl, you have a good heart. But I'm not Han, I'm Dong Ying. Since he was going to put on a show, he had to go all the way. He didn't want to be seen through by his Mongolian companions. Dong Ying? I've never heard of it. Where is Dong Ying? Although there was still worry on her face, the girl's longing for the outside world made Ah Man's beautiful eyes shine brightly. It's very far in the east. After reaching the seaside, we have to cross the sea for thousands of miles. Song Qingshu explained. So far. A man couldn't help but click her tongue. I've never seen the sea in my life. Song Qingshu answered subconsciously. I'll take you to see the sea when there's a chance. The Golden Snake Camp was located in Shandong, and there were seas all around. The Divine Dragon Island, the Peach Blossom Island, and even the Chivalry Island were deep in the sea. She could see the sea at any place. Amun blushed. Thank you, but Sup will take me there. There's no need to trouble you. I was rude. Song Qingshu smiled apologetically. If there's a chance, I'll entertain you. Let's go together. Ah Man's eyes lit up. Sure. Ah Man. Su Pu rode over from nearby and stared at Song Qingshu with an unfriendly expression. Su-Pu, this uncle said he'll take us to his place to play, and we'll be able to see the sea. Aman looked at her lover with excitement. Su-Pu snorted and pulled Aman to the side. What's so good about the sea? It's not as good as the grasslands. My dad said that the Han can't be trusted. Who knows what kind of evil plans they have? Feeling the hostility from the youth, Song Qinshu couldn't help but laugh. Of course, he wouldn't get angry because of this. The only thing he was curious about was that he seemed to be intimate with Li Wenxiu last time. What was the relationship between the three now? Unfortunately, it wasn't convenient for him to ask. Otherwise, Su-Pu would be sure that he didn't recognize the wrong person. That would be troublesome. He's not a Han, he's a Japanese. Aman looked back at Song Qinshu apologetically and hurriedly explained to her lover. Japanese? Never heard of him. Look at his shifty-eyed face. He's obviously not a good person. You should stay away from him in the future. These men are all lusting after your body because of your beauty. Although Su-Pu deliberately lowered his voice, how could he hide it from Song Qinshu's eyes and ears? Electronic bookstore Aman's face turned red. She said in a low voice, Su-Pu, you can't think so badly of others. Su-Pu snorted. Have you forgotten about your mother? It's because she's too beautiful. As he spoke, he noticed Aman's pale face and hurriedly apologized. I didn't mean that. Your mother will definitely be safe. Aman ignored him and walked to the other side with a straight face. In the distance, Song Qinshu glanced at the herbs in his hand. He was grateful to the little girl, but he didn't want to see her sad all the time, so he said to her using secret voice sending, Don't worry, your mother is fine. When you return to the tribe, she will welcome you at home. Aman looked around in shock. Who's talking? Su-Pu, who had caught up, was confused. I'm talking to you. Aman shook her head. It's not your voice. At this time, Sancer suddenly said, There's a rumor in the tribe that there are evil spirits in the desert. Could it be the voice of that evil spirit? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding Taiyan people all shivered. At this time, another disciple of Chirku, Camel, laughed and scolded, Sancer is really a coward. There's still some distance from here to the desert. Even if there are evil spirits, they won't run so far. Both Sancer and Camel were Chirku's apprentices. Camel was as strong as Camel, so people called him so, and few people even remembered his real name. Sancer was shorter in stature, and was more agile. Hearing his mockery, Sancer's face turned red. Nonsense, when have I ever been afraid? Which young man in the tribe didn't like Aman? How could they let it go after losing face in front of their sweetheart? Soon, they started fighting with Camel. Only Aman clasped her hands in front of her chest and prayed in her heart. That voice was not scary at all. It was definitely not a demon. Could it be that Allah took pity on us and specially told me about my mother? Thinking of this, she became spirited. She found a secluded place and prayed very sincerely. Unfortunately, the voice never appeared again. She quietly knelt on the grass, her face full of piety and holiness like a goddess from heaven. Even the Mongolian soldiers around her, who were used to burning, killing, and looting, could not bring themselves to blaspheme her. Song Qinshu glanced in the direction of Elder Wu's son and saw that he was sitting on the ground with his eyes closed. Obviously, he was concentrating on forcing the poison out of his body. Song Qinshu secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, he was poisoned. Otherwise, if he tried to do something bad to Aman along the way, it would be difficult for Song Qinshu to deal with him in public. After replenishing their supplies here, Wu Chun and Bor called for their respective tribes to set off, and the group continued westward. The further west they went, the more desolate it became. Before, they could see many short bushes, but now they could only see occasional patches of green. Most of the bushes were dried up and half buried in the desert. Everywhere they looked, there was only yellow sand. After walking for more than 100 miles, they finally reached the next oasis. The sky was already dark, so Wu Chun and Bor ordered the main army to set up camp here and rest for the night. The Mongolians were preparing to set up tents, but they were stopped by Su Pu. It turned out that the desert here would be cold at night, and sometimes there would be sandstorms. Ordinary tents would not be able to withstand it. So he, Sansur, and Camel taught the soldiers to dig sand pits, and then lay in the pits with blankets wrapped around them. A dozen sand pits formed a circle, and a big fire was lit in the middle. This way they could keep out the cold and not be afraid of the sandstorms. The Mongolians fought in the north and south, so they were used to this. After the order was passed down, the soldiers quickly dug the sand pits and lit a bonfire to share the dry food. After teaching the Mongolian soldiers how to dig the pits, Su Pu planned to go back to talk to Amun. He accidentally angered her during the day, and he did not know if she had calmed down by now. Chapter 2336. Su Pu was shocked. He was also a famous warrior of the Taiyin tribe. Just as he was about to take out his scimitar, he suddenly saw the delicate and pretty face in front of him. He hurriedly put away his scimitar and grabbed her with a face full of surprise. "Ah Xiao, it's you!" The girl in front of him was naturally Li Wenxiu. Noticing his excitement, she was also very happy, but she still calmly withdrew her hand. "You and Ah Man are always so lovey-dovey, how could you possibly think of me?" "Ah Man, I." Su Pu awkwardly scratched the back of his head, not knowing what to say. Li Wenxiu faintly sighed. "I know your father hates Han people the most, so you don't need to explain anything to me. This time, I came here to save you." "Save me?" Su Pu was stunned, looking at her with some confusion. Li Wenxiu said, "Do you remember the time when we were chased by Qin Yuandao, and then fell into the hands of another evil person? How could I forget that?" Su Pu felt a chill on his back when he thought about it. Li Wenxiu asked, "Then why are you still with that evil person, as if nothing happened?" "That evil person?" Su Pu was stunned. "Isn't he already dead, killed by that great Han hero? I didn't expect that there would be such a great hero among the Han people. His means are too high, he is simply like a god." "That young master is indeed powerful." Recalling the elegant demeanor of that person, Li Wenxiu's eyes also lit up. "But now I want to talk about the evil person who was killed. Now he has appeared again, it is the Dong Ing person who was with you. I asked the people in the tribe about it, it seems to be called the Shuiwa sect." "It's him!" Su Pu exclaimed. "No wonder I felt that he was a bit familiar, I even asked him at that time, but he directly denied it. You also know that you Han people all look the same, so I didn't think too much about it." A trace of bitterness flashed through Li Wenxiu's heart. Could it be that in his eyes, I am no different from other Han women? But she was not jealous at this juncture. She hurriedly gathered her thoughts and said, "It is him, I will not mistake him." Su Pu also had some doubts in his heart. Now that Li Wenxiu was a Han, she could naturally tell the difference between Han and Li Wenxiu. Hearing her affirmation, how could he still have any doubts in his heart? For a moment, he could not help but feel as if his soul was about to leave his body. That person was clearly dead, how could he suddenly come back to life? Could it be that he is the legendary desert devil? Li Wenxiu rolled her eyes. She didn't know what was going on, but everyone in the Taiyin tribe was afraid of the legendary demon. Her father was a member of the Imperial College, so he had been influenced by the 4 books and 5 classics since he was a child. Naturally, he didn't believe that there was a demon in this world. "That's just a disguise. Human?" Su Pu opened his mouth in surprise. Li Wenxiu nodded and looked in the direction of the Shuiwa master in the camp. "This person is pretending to be the Shuiwa master. Obviously, he has ulterior motives. Moreover, you have exposed that you have witnessed his death. Although he managed to deal with it, he will definitely not be at ease. In order to not expose his identity, he will most likely choose to kill you to silence you." Su Pu was furious. "My machete is not to be trifled with. Li Wenxiu carefully considered her words and said, "Although you are considered brave in the tribe, what you have learned is more suitable for fighting on the battlefield. I am afraid that you are not as good as those martial arts masters in Jianghu." Su Pu was instantly discouraged. "Yes, when I faced the Shuiwe master last time, I had no way to fight back." Li Wenxiu said, "Since this person can pretend to be the Shuiwe master, he must be as strong as him. We can't fight him head-on." Su Pu suggested, "Why don't I go and expose his identity? There are thousands of warriors on the Mongolian side. No matter how strong he is, can he fight against thousands of soldiers and horses?" Li Wenxiu hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. "No, what if he is with those Mongolians? Think about it, they have been together for a long time. How can they not see through him? If we rashly expose him, we will be in great danger. This won't work, that won't work. Then what should we do?" Su Pu suddenly became anxious. "Don't worry. In the next few days, you will be in the light and I will be in the dark. We will secretly investigate and see if the Mongolians know his identity." When Li Wenxiu said this, she felt a little guilty. She came up with this idea not without her own considerations. In this way, she could often meet Su Pu. Su Pu didn't worry about it. "That's a good idea. Then you have to hide yourself. Don't let the Mongolians find you. It is said that the Mongolians love to take beautiful Han girls like you as their wives." Li Wenxiu stared at him with a faint smile. "What? You don't want to?" Su Pu's face became hot. He blurted out, "You are my friend. Of course, I don't want to see that happen." "Just friends." Li Wenxiu's heart flashed a trace of sadness. She hurriedly said, "You should go back. If you stay out for too long, people will suspect you." "Well, take care of yourself." Su Pu poked his head out of the sand dune and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he quietly returned to the camp. Over the next few days, the group went deeper and deeper into the desert. In the end, even Sansur did not come to these places. Borohu had to divide his cavalry scouts into several groups to scout around, while the main force set up camp and rested. When Song Qingshu was meditating, he suddenly felt something. He opened his eyes and found a beautiful girl hesitating near him. Her face was full of hesitation. "Miss Amon, what can I do for you?" Song Qingshu was a little curious. Amon gently bit her lip and said hesitantly, "I have a lot of things on my mind. I don't know how to say them, but I can't find anyone else to talk to." Song Qingshu chuckled. "Aren't you very close to Su Pu? Why don't you tell him?" Amon suddenly became anxious. "I can't tell him." Song Qingshu suddenly understood. "It seems that the things on your mind are related to Su Pu." This little girl was really naive. She probably thought that he was a good person because he had said a few words to them and invited them to see the sea. Sigh, if it were someone else, she probably wouldn't even know that she had been sold. Amon's pretty face blushed. She made an almost inaudible sound. It's just that he has suddenly become mysterious these days. Many times when I talk to him, he's absent-minded. Sometimes he sneaks around and avoids me. I don't know which girl he's meeting with." Song Qingshu curiously asked, "Are there any other girls in this group besides you?" Amon shook her head. "Although I didn't see him, I can feel that he must have gone to see one of them." "So you're jealous?" Song Qingshu laughed. In fact, he had also noticed that someone was spying on them these days. However, the other party's martial arts were weak, so he didn't care at all. Chapter 23:37. Hearing her words, Song Qingshu thought that if the men from the Central Plains knew about this, they would be so happy that they would cry. However, on second thought, it seemed that the men from the Central Plains also had this benefit in this era. It was just that 3 women were a scene. Once there were more women, there would inevitably be infighting and scheming. Previously, there was only Shuang who didn't mind the man having another wife. Now there was Ah Man. I wonder how Shuang-er is doing now. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. Shuang-er went back to Hu province to keep watch for the Zhuang family. It was a pity that he couldn't find the time to visit her. Are you listening to me? A soft and sweet voice interrupted his thoughts. He saw Ah Man tilting her head and looking at him. Her lips were slightly upturned. She was obviously a little dissatisfied. Song Qingshu smiled and explained, "Doesn't this prove that Su Pu cares about you and values you? If he wasn't afraid that you would be unhappy, why would he be so careful? But I'm clearly not that kind of person. It still shows that he doesn't really understand me." Ah Man bit her lip. She was obviously very sad. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh that women were really naturally sentimental. Even such a kind girl would seem a little pretentious when she was conflicted. "Ah Man, why did you come here alone?" Su Pu's voice sounded. He quickly ran over. "I just have something to say to him," Ah Man explained. "What's there to say between you and him?" Su Pu didn't explain. He pulled her and ran away. "Ah!" Ah Man exclaimed. She could only turn around and smile apologetically. Song Qingshu didn't mind. It was normal for young men to get jealous easily. They would be very sensitive to guard against anyone of the opposite sex who approached their lover. However, he couldn't ignore what Ah Man said. The woman that Su Pu secretly met was most likely Li Wenxiu. Su Pu was easy to fool, but Li Wenxiu recognized him. If she ran out and exposed his identity, it would be really troublesome. However, from what Ah Man said, it was speculated that Li Wenxiu should have appeared long ago. So why did they not expose him? This was, after all, a hidden danger. Song Qingshu got up and decided to find Li Wenxiu and find a way to solve this hidden danger. Meanwhile, Amen was dragged away by Sup to a secluded place. Sup hurriedly asked, "Why are you looking for that person?" "I want to talk to someone." Ah Man felt a little guilty and didn't dare to look at him. "Then why can't you come to me?" Su Pu was anxious. Amon turned his face away and said with a hint of resentment, "But I can't find you often." Su Pu held his breath. Only then did he remember that he often went to look for Li Wenxiu these days, so his whereabouts were a little uncertain. He had no choice but to say, "Even if you can't find me, you still have Sansel and Camel. Why are you looking for that person?" Armand looked at him strangely. "Didn't you hate it when I was with Sanser?" She was Churka's daughter, and Sanser was Churka's apprentice. The two of them were childhood sweethearts, and Sanser had once pursued her passionately. Later, he lost to Su Pu and had no choice but to withdraw. However, Su Pu had always been wary of this former rival in love. Su Pu said, "The situation is a little different this time. Anyway, you can't go to that Shueiyue master again. He's not a good person." Amon was a little angry. "Su Pu, it's not good to speak ill of people behind their back. And I think he's a good person, not like what you said." "He is." Su Pu was anxious and almost said that the person was a fake, but suddenly remembered Li Wenxiu's warning. He thought that Amon was simple and kind. If she knew the whole story, she would definitely show a flaw in front of that person. If the person found out in advance, it would be troublesome. So it was not convenient for him to explain, so he said in a low, muffled voice, "I don't care. Anyway, you can't go to see him again." He was a bit hot-tempered, and the more he said, the angrier he became. He snorted and left. Amon looked at his back and couldn't help but feel a little sad. "You're jealous and sad when I see an elder. Then why don't you think of me when you see other women?" She only thought that he was angry because of jealousy. After all, Su Pu was famous for being a vinegar jar these years. He guarded against any man who wanted to get close to her like a thief. She was used to it. Su Pu left angrily and went to the place where he and Li Wenxiu had agreed to meet. Before Li Wenxiu said anything, he said directly, "I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to expose that Shueiyue master's identity." "What's wrong with you?" Li Wenxiu saw that he was in a bad state and hurriedly asked. Su Pu said angrily. That person is really good at disguising. He actually pretended to be a good person to get close to Amon. Amon is too kind to really think of him as a friend. This person must have bad intentions. I'm worried that after a long time, Amon will really be deceived by him. So it was because of Amon. Li Wenxiu faintly sighed in her heart and immediately replied, That's fine. During this period of time, we've been investigating in a roundabout way. It seems that the Mongolians don't seem to know that he is a fake. We'll find a way to inform the Mongolians and let them deal with them. You won't have this chance. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. The two of them were startled and hurriedly turned around. They saw a woman in an apricot yellow Taoist robe standing not far away with a horsetail whisk in her hand. Although her tone was cold, her voice was soft and sweet. Her manner was charming. Coupled with her bright eyes, white teeth, and fair skin, she was really an outstanding beauty. Su Pu couldn't help but exclaim, Are all the women of the Han family so beautiful? Li Wenxiu thought in her heart, I've never seen you praise my appearance before. But today, seeing a strange woman, you actually got excited. However, she also had to admit that although this woman was dressed as a Taoist nun, her skin was delicate and her appearance was gentle and beautiful. Perhaps there were only a few young ladies in Lin, and who could compare with her. Just as he was about to ask about her identity, the Taoist nun coldly stared at Su Pu. You're courting death. Over the years, many evil people in Jianghu inevitably fell in love with her beauty. But if they showed any evil thoughts in their expressions, they would be killed by her palm. Now, how could she be an exception to a young man of a different race? Li Wenxiu was shocked and hurriedly pushed Su Pu aside. She stretched out her palm to meet the attack. When their hands met, she let out a muffled groan and flew back a few steps. A trace of blood had already spilled out from the corner of her mouth. Obviously, she had suffered a serious internal injury. Xiao, what's wrong with you? Su Pu hurriedly went to check. Seeing that she was injured and vomited blood, he couldn't help but be furious. He pulled out his waist knife and was about to rush over. Li Wenxiu hurriedly pulled him back. No, you're no match for her. She had already found that her right palm was numb and had lost feeling. Obviously, she had been poisoned at the moment when they fought. However, the Taoist nun didn't continue to attack. Instead, she looked at her with great interest. You're Xiao? What's your surname? My surname is Li. Li Wenxiu was a little puzzled as to why the other would suddenly ask such an irrelevant question. But now that the enemy was strong and she was weak, she had to stall for time and see if she could think of a way to deal with it. Surname Li. The Taoist nun's expression became more and more strange. Are you willing to die for this young man of a different race? Chapter 23:38. The Taoist nun chuckled. But I don't think this boy will die for you. You are injured like this, but he still doesn't dare to risk his life. Su Pu couldn't bear it any longer. With a roar, he brandished his saber and rushed over. Unfortunately, the Taoist nun leaned to the side and tripped him with her foot. He lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Just as he was about to get up, the nun stepped on his back. Su Pu's face turned red. He could see that the other foot of the Taoist nun was only as small as a 3-inch golden lotus, but it was this foot that was stepping on his back. He, the bravest among the youths in the tribe, couldn't get up no matter how hard he tried. The beautiful Taoist nun's face was amiable, but her words were extremely cold-blooded. I'm in a good mood today. I only want to kill one person. You two choose who will die and who will live. I offended you. If you want to kill me, it has nothing to do with her. Su Pu's hands were tightly pressed against the ground, but he still couldn't get up. You are willing to die for her? The beautiful Taoist nun teased. Of course I'm willing. Su Pu suddenly thought of Aman. He was going to spend the rest of his life with Aman. If he died here, the beautiful Taoist nun snorted, you really are a heartless thing. She raised the horsetail whisk in her hand and was about to sweep it at his head. Li Wenxiu exclaimed, "No!" The beautiful Taoist nun stopped halfway and frowned. "This person is saying sweet things to you in front of you, but he is not even willing to die for you. You still want to save him?" Li Wenxiu smiled sadly. "Senior, you misunderstood me. We are not lovers, just friends. He has someone else in his heart. How can he abandon his lover for an unrelated woman like me?" Su Pu's face turned red. "Ah Xiu." But he didn't know how to explain. "Who is his sweetheart? I'll kill her along the way to help the two of you," the beautiful Taoist nun said. Su Pu and Li Wenxiu were shocked and hurriedly refused. Love is something that can't be forced. If you have to rely on harming others to barely keep your lover by your side, what's the point? Hearing her words, the beautiful Taoist nun was stunned and muttered to herself, "Love is something that cannot be forced." Li Wenxiu saw that her expression alternated between anger and sadness, as if she was deeply touched. She took the opportunity to say, "It seems that Senior is also a sentimental person. Please forgive me." His gaze fell on Su Pu's leg, thinking that he couldn't say that he was lifting his leg. "Senior, am I very old?" The beautiful Taoist nun's tone was not kind, but she moved her feet away and hurried over to help Su Pu up. Su Pu subconsciously grabbed his machete, but when he thought of his opponent's martial arts, he didn't dare to act recklessly. "Do you know why I let you go?" The beautiful Taoist nun put away her horsetail whisk. Her Taoist robe fluttered in the cold desert wind, making her look like a water fairy gently trembling in the wind. Li Wenxiu secretly sighed at how beautiful this person was. She replied, "I'm sure Miss is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Deep down, you're actually a kind person." "Kind?" A sneer flashed across the beautiful Taoist nun's face. If those who knew her in the Wulin of the Central Plains knew that someone described her as kind, they would probably laugh their heads off. "You don't have to flatter me. The reason why I let you go is just that I'm your elder sister." "Elder sister?" Li Wenxiu was a little confused. "My elder sister has married into the Jia's mansion. Have you mistaken me for someone else?" "Are you Li Wenxiu?" the beautiful Taoist nun asked. Li Wenxiu nodded subconsciously. "How do you know?" "That's even more correct," the beautiful Taoist nun said. "I'm your elder sister. I got lost in the temple fair when I was a child. Fortunately, my master later rescued me and took me in. Not long ago, I came to Lin and to recognize my ancestors." "Elder sister?" Li Wenxiu was stunned. She remembered that there was indeed such an elder sister in her family who got lost when she was a child. She had always been a knot in her parents' hearts. The beautiful Taoist nun nodded and told her everything about her origin and the Li's mansion in Lin. She was Li Macho, the Scarlet Serpent Fairy. At that time, Song Qingshu asked her to stay at Blackwood Cliff to monitor the Sun-Moon sect. As a result, Ren Wuxing moved to Lin and with the elites of the sect to take care of Ren Yingying. Naturally, there was no need for her to stay at Blackwood Cliff. Moreover, after receiving Song Qingshu's message and knowing her origin, she went to Lin and with him, and met her father Li Shouzhong and sister Li Wan. Ren Yingying organized the Prince Qi's mansion in Linen. When she learned that Song Qingshu went north from Xixia to Mongolia, she was worried that he was surrounded by strong enemies. Unfortunately, she was unable to attend to him at two places at once, so she thought of sending a capable person to the north to help him. It just so happened that Li Macho learned that her third sister, Li Wenxiu, had been lingering in the desert these years and had not returned home. Her parents had always missed her, so she took the initiative to come to the desert. Ren Yingying considered that she had run amok in Jianghu under the name of Scarlet Serpent Fairy. Whether it was martial arts or intelligence, she was the best choice. Naturally, she was very happy to agree. Thinking of the way Ren Yingying looked at her and the words she said to her before she left, Li Macho felt a little uncomfortable. She wondered if she had misunderstood something. "You really are the elder sister?" Li Wenxiu couldn't help but feel happy. Since she was a child, she had often seen her mother wash her face with tears. Now that she knew that she had returned safely and was so beautiful and capable, how could she not be happy? In addition, she had been alone in the desert all these years. Now that she had suddenly met her family, tears flowed unconsciously. Su Pu was stunned on the side. He never thought that this beautiful Taoist nun would be a Xiu's elder sister. His eyes swept over Li Macho's soft waist, and he couldn't help blushing. Her elder sister seems to be even more beautiful than Ah Man. Actually, this was completely his misconception. Ah Man and Li Macho were similar in appearance, but Ah Man and Li Wenxiu had not completely grown up yet. Li Macho was currently at the peak of a woman's maturity. Adding in the fact that her waist was thin and her chest was high, she naturally revealed the charm of a mature woman. This was a fatal attraction to a young man full of vigor. In the entire tribe, only Li Xian had this kind of beauty and mature charm, but the other side was Ah Man's mother. Normally he would not think in that direction, so seeing Li Macho for the first time gave him such a big shock. But he immediately thought of his miserable state after being taught a lesson by the other side, and quickly looked away. He was worried that he would be beaten by her again. Where would he put his face? Li Macho slightly knit her brows as she looked at him. If she met a man that looked at her like this in Jianghu, she would have already dug his eyes out. But thinking that he was her little sister's friend, and that her little sister seemed to have feelings for him, she could only secretly suppress this thought. Chapter 2339. That person. Li Macho hesitated for a moment, choosing her words carefully. I know that person. The reason why he disguised himself as a member of the Water Moon sect is because he has something very important to do, so don't ruin it. Li Wenxiu grabbed her arm and asked, You look like you want to say something. Is that person my brother-in-law? Li Macho was furious. What brother-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. The person who could be your brother-in-law died 16 years ago. Li Wenxiu stuck out her tongue and thought that there were many stories hidden in this. She had to find a chance to ask about it. However, is our Li family poisonous? Both of our brothers-in-law died young. Can I escape this fate? He subconsciously glanced at Su Pu and sighed inwardly. His originally joyful heart was tainted with a tinge of gloom. Since he is my friend, then don't worry. I was afraid that he had ulterior motives and would kill us. That's why I was thinking of ways to deal with him, Li Wenxiu said. Li Macho nodded and then looked at Su Pu and asked, Hey kid, since you are from the Taiyan tribe, do you know where the treasure of the Gaochang country is? Do you have any legends about it? She also knew that Su Pu probably didn't know the exact location of the treasure. Otherwise, their tribe would have already taken it out. Why would they continue to graze? But the Taiyan tribe had lived nearby for generations, so there should be legends about it. She wanted to see if she could infer anything from it. Seeing this mature and beautiful woman take the initiative to ask, Su Pu couldn't help but feel a little excited. He hurriedly answered, Our tribe does have legends about the treasure of the Gaochang country. But after so many years, no one knows where the treasure is. We are not sure if the treasure really exists. Noticing the disappointment on Li Macho's face, Su Pu hurriedly continued, But our tribe has another legend. There is a 1,000-year-old demon hidden in the depths of the desert. Anyone who touches it will die silently. That's why no one has ever come back alive from the depths of the desert. Demon? Li Macho sneered. It seems that the treasure is in the depths of the desert. Someone doesn't want others to get close, so they spread the rumor of the demon. In the martial arts world of the Central Plains, she was a demoness who made people tremble with fear at the mention of her name. If a demon ran into her, it was hard to say who would be afraid of whom. At this moment, Li Wenxiu suddenly said shyly, Actually, I have a map of the Gaochang nation's treasure. Li Macho looked at her in confusion. Li Wenxiu told Li Macho how she got the treasure map. Li Macho's expression became more and more strange. You said that the person who saved you was the Golden Snake King Song Qingshu? Yes, Li Wenxiu nodded subconsciously. By the way, he said he was your friend. Do you know him? We don't just know each other. Li Macho's mind replayed the scene of him teaching her the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. She couldn't help but blush. Su Pu's eyes widened as he watched. After a while, Li Macho came to her senses. Seeing her sister looking at her curiously, she couldn't help but blush. She hurriedly said, "Show me the treasure map." Li Wenxiu grunted and took out a light yellow handkerchief from her bosom. She wasn't interested in any treasure, not to mention that the person in front of her was her sister. How could she hide anything? "Sister, I've looked at this treasure map many times, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like an ordinary handkerchief. I can't see anything special about it." Li Macho took it and looked at it. She could feel that the handkerchief was made of silk. There were some faint patterns of mountains and rivers embroidered on it. The terrain looked like the desert, but it was too blurry to see clearly. There were no signs on it, so it really did look like an ordinary handkerchief embroidered with patterns. "You're the daughter of an official after all, so you don't know much about the ways of the martial arts world." Li Macho rubbed her finger on the pattern for a while and understood. She looked at Su Pu. "Oh, come here." "Miss, you called me?" Su Pu's heartbeat suddenly sped up. Although he knew that the other was Li Wenxiu's sister and shouldn't have those kinds of thoughts, her mature beauty, and charm that was completely different from the women in the tribe, had a fatal attraction to him. "Give me your hand," Li Macho said lightly. Su Pu subconsciously stretched out his hand. His Adam's apple couldn't help but slide up and down. He noticed that the other's slender fingers had also come over. His heart beat wildly. "Does she want to hold my hand? But Li Wenxiu is still here, and I can't let Amon down." While he was struggling, he suddenly felt a pain in his fingers. He subconsciously wanted to pull back, but the other's hand was tightly held. It was strange. Li Macho's wrist was thin and white, as if it would break if he used a little more force. But it was such a slender snow-white arm that grabbed his much thicker hand that felt like it was being held by a vice. He couldn't move an inch no matter how much strength he used. "Sister, what are you doing?" Li Wenxiu's beautiful face paled, and she hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. "I'm just borrowing a little of his blood." "What are you panicking about?" Li Macho said coldly. "If it was someone else looking at me like that, I would have taken his life long ago. This time, I'm letting him go because of you." Su Pu's face was already red with embarrassment. "Xiu, I'm fine. Don't worry." At the same time, he thought to himself, this woman is beautiful, but too fierce. She's not as gentle and understanding as Amon. She can't even compare to Xiu. Li Wenxiu originally wanted to say something, but her attention was quickly attracted by the changes on the handkerchief. She saw that when Su Pu's blood dripped onto it, the originally somewhat blurry mountain and desert patterns on the handkerchief became clearer. What was even more amazing was that there were suddenly some red lines. At a glance, it was obvious that they were treasure hunting paths. "How can this be? It's amazing," Li Wenxiu muttered to herself. Su Pu was also dumbfounded. Seeing that there was enough blood, Li Macho threw his hand to the side and explained, "This handkerchief is made of silk. The lines on the handkerchief are woven with cotton thread in the middle. The silk is yellow, and the cotton thread is also yellow. Normally, you can't see it, but when it's stained with blood, the cotton thread absorbs more blood than the silk, so it's easy to tell. This is indeed the map to the depths of the desert. So there really is a treasure." Su Pu grew up in the tribe, so he was very familiar with the surrounding terrain. With one look, he knew that the treasure map was real. "Do you Taiyan tribe people want the treasure to be found by the Mongolians?" Li Macho stared at him, a trace of killing intent hidden deep in her eyes. If he was close to the Mongolians, then she would rather make her sister sad and take his life, so that the Mongolians wouldn't know about the treasure map. Of course not. Su Pu said with hatred. The Mongolians have enslaved us for many years, and from time to time they ask for tribute. This time, when they heard that they won our tribe to give up 30 beautiful girls, I'm angry just thinking about it. These days with the Mongolians, they were used to their arrogance. They didn't care about the Taiyin tribe at all and treated them like slaves. That's good. Li Macho let out a sigh of relief. She didn't want to have a falling out with her sister. Chapter 2340. That's right. It's not realistic to hope that the Mongolians won't find the treasure, Li Macho thought for a moment and said, I think the ruins of the Gaochang kingdom are like a labyrinth. We can use the complicated terrain to deal with the Mongolians. Xiao, you and I will go to the labyrinth and prepare for the unexpected Mongolian guest. Li Wenxiu was reluctant to leave Su Pu at first, but when she thought of how close he was to Ah Man every day, she felt uncomfortable seeing him like that, so she agreed. Su Pu panicked. No, that devil is most likely hiding in the labyrinth. Besides, there are only 2 of you. No matter how well you plan, how are you going to deal with so many Mongolian soldiers? Li Wenxiu was also uncertain, but Li Macho said, I'll take care of the devil. As for the Mongolian army, it's not a big deal. No matter how strong an army is, it can't compare to the power of heaven and earth. Since the treasure of the Gaochang kingdom is buried in the labyrinth, there must be a lot of trap. I'll go and familiarize myself with the layout. Even if we can't kill all of them, they won't be able to do anything in the terrain. Seeing that they had made up their minds, Su Pu said, Then you must be careful. Li Wenxiu was reluctant to leave, but Li Macho became impatient and pulled her away. After they left, Li Macho frowned and said to her sister, What's going on between you two? Li Wenxiu blushed and said awkwardly, What do you mean what's going on? Li Macho snorted, Even a blind man can see your feelings for him. He has feelings for you too. Then why is your relationship so strange? Li Wenxiu smiled sadly. He already has someone in his heart. The one called Ah Man? Li Macho's face turned cold. I'll go and kill her. Don't worry, I'll do it without anyone knowing. I won't let Su Pu get suspicious and blame you. Li Wenxiu panicked. No, Su Pu and I are only fated to be together. How can I kill someone else for my own selfish reasons? I won't be able to live in peace for the rest of my life. Then you'll bear all the pain for the rest of your life alone? When Li Macho saw their relationship, it was as if she saw her own shadow. Don't you want to be with the one you love? Time will make everything go away. If I can be with Su Pu, that would be great. But if I have to kill someone to be happy, I won't be happy. Li Wenxiu paused and said slowly, I don't like it. Although her voice was not loud, Li Macho could feel the determination in it. She thought of how she had made a completely different choice from her a few years ago, but the person she loved still did not return to her side. She could not help but feel touched. What is love in the world? Looking at her sister's lonely back, Li Wenxiu blinked her eyes. She keenly sensed that her sister seemed to be hiding a love wound. She hurriedly chased after her and chatted with her about the things that happened after they were separated all these years. At the same time, she tried to find out what happened to her. Meanwhile, in the Mongolian camp, Song Qingshu heard about Su Pu's unusual behavior from Amon, so he patrolled around the camp and happened to bump into Su Pu, who had just returned. He asked tentatively, Who did you see just now? Song Qingshu was confused. Su Pu's reaction was different from what he expected. If he met Li Wenxiu, he would definitely talk to her. But he didn't guard against her at all. Song Qingshu was a little confused. His reaction was a little different from what he had imagined. If he had met with Li Wenxiu, he would definitely have discussed how to deal with him. However, when he felt his body's reaction just now, he did not put up any guard at all. Unfortunately, he couldn't ask her directly. Song Qingshu hesitated, then quickly searched around the camp. To his surprise, Li Wenxiu was nowhere to be found, and there was nothing suspicious. U9 ebook. Who did Su-pu go to see? Song Qing-shu suppressed the doubts in his heart and secretly paid attention to Su-pu's every move. But to his surprise, Su-pu did not show any abnormalities. Could it be that all of this was just Amon's illusion? Not long after, the scouts sent by Bohr came back one after another. He combined all kinds of information and chose a direction with Wochen. The army continued to march. After a few more hours, the sky was already dark, even though it was still early. Su-pu and the others saw this and hurriedly said, "A sandstorm is coming, we can't keep going." Wochen and Bohr had followed Temujin in many battles and had naturally seen the power of sandstorms. They didn't dare to show off and immediately ordered their troops to dig holes in the sand dunes. They also tied up their horses and waited for the sandstorm to pass before continuing on their journey. Song Qing-shu looked at the dark sky and couldn't help but sigh at the power of heaven and earth. No matter how skilled a person was, they would never be able to match it. With Shueyue's current status, he naturally didn't need to do anything himself. He had the soldiers dig the holes for him and hid with Wochen, Bohr, Wu Sun, and the others. After Bohr returned with his troops, he slapped Wu Sun on the shoulder. "Shaman, why have you been so quiet since we entered the desert?" Wu Sun was in the middle of expelling the poison from his body. The slap almost caused the poison to flow backwards and attack his heart. He glared at the shaman, but unfortunately, he couldn't do anything and could only say, "I'm just meditating." Wochen nodded and smiled. Having a shaman with us is indeed very reassuring. All these years, the Khan has been fighting in the north and south. It's always been us ambushing others, not others ambushing us. This is all thanks to the shaman's psychic scouting ability. Song Qing-shu raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Wu Sun's psychic abilities to be used in this way. It sounded like a radar that could detect any abnormalities in a large area. The only thing he didn't know was how far his detection range was. "There's no sign of human habitation within 1,000 miles of this desert," Bohr said disapprovingly. "What's there to scout? Not to mention, who can hide from such a large sandstorm? There's no need for the shaman to scout. Come, let's drink together." Wu Sun replied, "It's better for me to scout. You can drink by yourselves, don't worry about me." Song Qing-shu laughed inwardly. This guy seemed to have not completely expelled the poison from his body, so he could only use this excuse to deceive others. In his current state, it would be strange if he could scout. Hearing this, Bohr didn't want to disturb him anymore. He carried his wineskin and came to Amon's side. "Come, have a drink to warm yourself." Amon moved a little unnaturally to the side. "Thank you, General, but I never drink." At the same time, he looked around for Su-pu, but Su-pu had been dragged away by the Mongolian soldiers to teach him how to dig the pit. How can the people of the grassland not drink? It's getting dark soon and you're wearing thin clothes. You'll definitely feel cold. Bohr looked greedily at the beauty of the young girl in front of him. Of course, the two with the highest status in the group were Wochen and Wu Sun, but Wochen was about to marry the princess, so he obviously couldn't flirt with other girls. Wu Sun didn't know what was wrong with him, but he hadn't come looking for Amon these days. Could it be that the old man wasn't interested in this kind of young girl and preferred older and more mature ones? Well, it wasn't impossible. After all, with Wu Sun's age, a girl in her 50s or 60s was still a young girl in his eyes. Chapter 23:41. Bohr swallowed his saliva, but he still snorted with a straight face. "Nonsense. Your father, Suluk, and the others all drank before. You deliberately lied to me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? What nonsense. Our longevity heaven doesn't have such rules. Are you going to drink or not? If you don't drink, you're not giving me face." Bohr suddenly glared at her fiercely. Although Amon was kind, her stubbornness was aroused by his words. She raised her small face, but her expression was firm. "I won't drink." Bohr suddenly became furious. He pinched her face with one hand and poured the wine into her mouth with the other. Aman cried out in alarm and hurriedly used both hands to try to pry him away. But how could a weak little girl like her compare to the strength of a burly general? The only thing she could do was to tightly close her lips and let the other party pour the wine on her mouth and face. Some sparkling things slipped from the corner of her eyes, but it was hard to tell whether they were tears or wine stains. Song Qingshu furrowed his brows and subconsciously looked for Sup, Sansir, and the others. Unfortunately, they were nowhere to be seen, most likely because Bor's subordinates had sent them away. Just then, Bor suddenly screamed. He saw Aman stagger behind him, and Bor chased after her in exasperation. "Bitch, how dare you bite me?" Song Qingshu had important matters to attend to. He didn't want to meddle in these affairs, but since Aman was hiding behind him, he couldn't bear to let her do as she pleased. He got up and stopped in front of Bor. "General, please reconsider. We still need to rely on the Taiyin tribe as our guide. Aman has a special status in their tribe. If we touch her, it is likely that they will turn against us. In any case, those people have never been to this land. What else can they do?" Bor suddenly snorted and was about to step forward to catch his prey, but Shui Wezong blocked in front of him like a wall. "Does Shui Wezong want to stop me?" Bor suddenly said in an awe-inspiring tone. Although the Shuiwe Great Grandmaster was highly skilled in martial arts, he was just a foreign official after all, while Bor was one of the 4 leaders of the Chieshue army. Moreover, the Shuiwe Great Grandmaster had met with that incident in the Western Xia. Everyone in Helen City knew that he had lost the favor of the Emperor. So, naturally, he didn't need to worry about anything. Song Qingshu frowned. Before he could answer, Old Man Wu Sun, who was not far away, said, "Let's get down to business. We have yet to find the treasure. Let's not complicate matters." What a joke! Aman and her daughter, as well as the 30 beauties of the Taiyin tribe, were all in his pocket. Unfortunately, he had not forced the broken needle out of his body, so he could not do anything about it. But it did not mean that he would sit back and watch Borgo lay his hands on the forbidden things he valued. Of course, having lived for such a long time, he had long since become a shrewd person. He would not reveal his own thoughts. Instead, everything was done under the guise of official business, leaving the other party with nothing to say. Borgu was still a little hesitant. Wu Chen also said, "It's not too late to do this after we find the treasure." Although he could not do anything to Aman because he wanted to marry the princess, as a man, seeing such a beautiful girl being toyed with by another man in front of him was not a good feeling. Since the others had spoken, he naturally took the opportunity to express his opinion. Borgu could ignore the Shuiwe sect, but he could not ignore the opinions of Wu Chen and Wu Sunday. He could only snort, "What a bummer!" After that, he returned to his seat in the pit and drank his wine. Only then did Old Man Wu Sun close his eyes and once again began to force the broken needle out of his body. In order to ease the atmosphere, Wu Chen pulled Borgu to drink with him. Song Qingshu turned back to look at the weeping beauty and asked, "Are you all right?" Aman wiped the corner of her eyes and softly said, "I'm fine, thank you." She did not know why, but at the critical moment just now she subconsciously ran behind this person. Although this person looked somewhat strange and perverted, she always felt that he was a good person. Love you ebook sure enough, in the end, it was he who blocked the danger for her. Song Qingshu said, "Don't tell Su Pu and the others about what just happened." Why? Aman did not understand why she could not tell her lover about the grievances she had suffered. Song Qingshu said, "You know the temper of Su Pu and the others. They will definitely pull out their scimitars and fight to the death with Borgu. But there are Mongolians around. Borgu does not need to do anything. His subordinates will naturally help to kill them. At that time, Borgu will have even less scruples." Aman blinked her eyes. "But aren't we here to help the Mongolians? If they kill people at will, won't the Khan hold them responsible?" Song Qingshu secretly sighed. This grassland girl was as innocent as a little white flower, completely unaware of the dangers of the world. He had no choice but to say, Borgu is, after all, a high-ranking general. When the time comes, he can casually kill Su Pu and the others on the charge of murder. It is reasonable and legal, and even if the Khan wants to blame them, he can't do anything. Moreover, is the Khan close to them or to you Taiyan people? Why would he help an outsider like you? I understand. Aman bit her lip and whispered to herself, the Mongolians are really bad. At this time, Su Pu and the others also came back. When they saw Aman leaning against Song Qingshu, their expressions changed greatly. They hurriedly ran over and pulled her aside. How many times have I told you not to get close to him? Aman frowned. Su Pu, you misunderstand. He really is a good person. Su Pu suddenly wrinkled his nose and sniffed near her shoulder. Why do I smell wine on you? You never drink? Did he force you to do it? He glared at Song Qingshu and was about to pull out his saber and rush over. Aman hurriedly stopped him. No, it's not what you think. I just accidentally bumped into someone and the wine in their hands spilled on me. Is that really what happened? Su Pu was a little skeptical, but he knew Aman's temperament. He knew that she never lied, so his anger was mostly gone. Aman kept Song Qingshu's words in mind. In order to protect her lover's life, she did not dare to reveal what had just happened. Borgu and the others snorted and continued to drink with their companions. Looking at the young couple whispering to each other, and Su Pu still looking at him warily from time to time, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. This kind of scene had played out countless times in the past thousands of years. When a young couple who had just entered society met an uncle who had a successful career, the jealousy in their hearts would cause the young man to be at a loss. The uncle didn't even need to do anything despicable. He just needed to naturally show his normal side, and the huge contrast between him and the young boyfriend was enough to make the young girlfriend waver. This was not anyone's fault. It was just human nature. Chapter 23:42. Enemy Attack. This thought appeared in everyone's mind, and they quickly grabbed their weapons to gather. Why would there be an enemy attack here? Just who is the enemy? How many enemies are there? Many questions appeared in the minds of Wochen, Borchu, and the others, but they still quickly passed down orders. However, the sky was covered in yellow sand, and it was impossible to see where the enemy was. Only the faint sounds of battle could be heard in the sandstorm. Even though the Jie Shui soldiers had been through hundreds of battles, they were still beginning to panic. Wochen and Borchu were experienced generals, and they were able to quickly determine the approximate location of the enemy based on the direction in which the warning sounds had disappeared. They quickly gathered their soldiers and deployed their troops in that direction. Unfortunately, they were met with a volley of arrows, and the Mongolian army was instantly thrown into disarray. Fortunately, the Mongolians were experts in mounted archery, and many of their soldiers knocked their arrows and shot them back. Unfortunately, they were currently facing a sandstorm, and not only could they not see the enemy clearly, they were also fighting against the wind, which greatly reduced the power of their mounted arrows. On the other hand, the power of the enemy's arrows was multiplied by the wind. Retreat, retreat! Spread out and circle behind the enemy's flank. Borchu immediately realized that they would definitely lose this battle, and he quickly passed down the order. The greatest advantage of the Mongolians was their mobility. In the past, when they were fighting to the west, they would often defeat many with fewer troops, and they would rely on their great mobility to circle around the enemy's weak flank or pretend to retreat in defeat to lure the enemy in and surround them. Although Borchu was not a top-notch general, he had been by Temujin's side for so many years, and even if he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. But at that moment, a pale yellow figure suddenly rushed out of the sandstorm and stabbed Borchu in the throat. The people around him cried out in alarm, and by the time they were about to go help, his corpse had already fallen to the ground. It was as if the sound of a death drum was beating heavily on the hearts of the Mongolians. Borchu's soldiers finally came to their senses and wanted to rush over to avenge their master, but the yellow figure was like a dragon swinging its tail. She had appeared suddenly and disappeared just as suddenly, quickly disappearing into the sandstorm. Where would they go to find her? It's her. Song Qingshu, who was nearby, was shocked when he saw this. Even though it was just a glimpse, he had already recognized that the other party was the yellow-clothed Huaqintong. Her heroic spirit had left a deep impression on him in the past. Now that he had personally witnessed her elegant demeanor on the battlefield, it was truly breathtaking. It's the people from the Wooden Table Ethics Department. Now that they were in close combat, everyone could clearly see the attire of the attackers. They were camels riding archers, and the riders were all wrapped in layers of black scarves, revealing only their eyes. In addition, they were facing away from the wind, so the sandstorm did not affect them too much. There are also people from Dzungar. Someone also recognized the identity of the other army, and the hearts of the Mongolians immediately sank to the bottom. It should be known that the Wooden Table Ethics Department and the Dzungar Khaganate had caused a lot of trouble for the Mongolians in the western regions over the years. After fighting them for so many years, they naturally knew their strength. If they were surrounded by them now, they would most likely be doomed. Even though Huachun kept giving orders in an attempt to salvage the situation, Borchu was the leader of this group of Jie Shui troop. He had been killed as soon as the battle began, and the fact that this group had not immediately collapsed was already due to the high quality of the Jie Shui troop. However, in the sandstorm, it was as if they were surrounded by enemies from all directions. Without a direct leader, the Jie Shui troops quickly fell into a situation where they were separated and surrounded by the enemy. Song Qingshu could see that the Mongolians had already lost. Of course, he would not help the Mongolians kill the people from the Wooden Table Ethics Department, but he still had to put on a show. In the end, he pretended to be fighting while retreating. Listening to the book in the end, the sandstorm grew stronger, and it was almost impossible to see anything beyond a meter. The Mongolians completely collapsed, and many began to flee. Song Qingshu also took the opportunity to walk to the edge of the battlefield. What surprised him was that he ran into Amon on the way, but she had already been separated from Su Pu and the others. She was tied up by a knight from the Wooden Table Ethics Department and placed on a camel. Obviously, this was how prisoners were treated on the battlefield. This surprised Song Qingshu. He had thought that the people from the Taiyan tribe had contacted the Wooden Table Ethics Department and the Dzungar Khaganate to organize such an ambush. However, looking at the way the soldiers of the Wooden Table Ethics Department treated Amon, it did not seem like they had discussed this beforehand. Who informed Huaqintong? Or has her battlefield acuity really reached such a level that she can accurately grasp the movements of this Mongolian army? While Song Qingshu was puzzled, the knight from the Wooden Table Ethics Department had already seen him. He only thought that he was a member of the Mongolian army and waved his sword at him. Song Qingshu leaned to the side, grabbed the knight's wrist, and threw him dozens of feet away. Then, he jumped on the camel and took his place, running to the edge of the battlefield. Now that the battlefield was a mess, no matter how good his martial arts were, he had to guard against cold arrows everywhere. It was better to leave the battlefield as soon as possible. "Thank you, uncle. You saved me again." When Amon saw that it was him, she could not help but be pleasantly surprised. "Uncle?" Song Qingshu thought that with the appearance of the Shuiwe sect, he would at most be considered a perverted uncle. This little girl was really silly and sweet. She could even call him uncle. "Don't talk. Be careful that the sandstorm doesn't get into your mouth," Song Qingshu said, and handed her a scarf to wrap around her face. However, Amon did not listen to him. Instead, she continued, "Can you go and save Su Pu and the others?" Just now we were separated by the chaotic army. Song Qingshu directly refused. Do you think I am a god? Now that there are thousands of soldiers outside, what is the difference between me going and dying? What's more, it's so dark that I can't even see my fingers. It's impossible for me to find them. He wasn't a saint who would take such a big risk for an unrelated man. However, if the person he was saving was Su Pu and he asked him to save Armin, would he go? Amon looked around. Indeed, there was sandstorm everywhere. Even the sound of fighting could hardly be heard. Looking for people in this situation was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. She could only put her palms together. Allah bless Su Pu, you must let him live. Song Qingshu saw her praying with her hands tied in front of her chest. Coupled with the fact that she was placed horizontally in front of her, the current posture was as strange as it could be. He could not help but laugh. You are too much of a lover than a friend. Why do you only ask Allah to bless Su Pu's life? Are Sansur and Camel not human? I am not. Amon suddenly blushed and hurriedly prayed for Sansur and the others. Song Qingshu calmed himself down. While guarding against stray arrows, he rode the camel and broke through the weak points of the enemy's forces. Even though the sky was filled with sand and wind, he could still sense the chi movement and avoid many risks in advance. Halfway through, Amon felt uncomfortable and asked Song Qingshu to untie her. Song Qingshu glanced at her and did not agree. I advise you to leave it like this, lest you say that I am taking advantage of you later. Chapter 23:43. Slave. Song Qingshu was stunned. What the hell? Amon explained, this is the rule of our grassland tribes. The captive becomes the master's slave and must listen to the master. He can't run away or betray his master. Otherwise, he will fall into hell after death and never be reincarnated. Just now, that man captured me and made me swear to be his slave. Now that you've taken me back, I should be your slave. But we're friends, and you know my relationship with Su Pu. Uncle, can you not make me your slave? Song Qingshu was speechless when he saw her explaining to him with a straight face. This girl was so naive and sweet that he could only gasp in amazement. Are we friends? Amon exclaimed. So you don't see me as a friend. She thought that they had a good chat before. She had told him everything she wanted to say to him, but he didn't see her as a friend. She felt wronged and scared. She looked like she was about to cry. Song Qingshu had a headache. Okay. I won't let you be a slave. Really? Amon was pleasantly surprised. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be glowing. Of course it's true. Song Qingshu said as he untied the restraints on her hands and helped her sit up straight. Then are we friends? Amon blinked and looked back at him. Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, are you so unwary of everyone? Amon looked confused. Obviously, she didn't understand what he meant. She said subconsciously, I'm good to people, so people will naturally be good to me. Why should I be wary? Song Qingshu originally wanted to say something, but looking at her innocent face, he finally gave up and said, all right, fortune favors fools. Along the way, he had used his powerful aura to avoid any risks, choosing the weakest spots on the battlefield and slowly moving to the outer layer. Of course, if there wasn't such a huge sandstorm that made it impossible to see faces from a meter away, it would not have been so easy for him to escape from the battlefield with a delicate girl. Hugging a soft body in his arms was much more comfortable than touching a camel's hump. At first, Amon was still chatting with him, but soon, a blush slowly rose from his neck. Maybe I should go down and walk? Amon whispered. Song Qingshu replied, do you understand what I meant just now? Amon blushed even more. He just reminded her that if she let go, she would blame him for taking advantage of her. But she didn't understand at all. The space between the two humps wasn't big to begin with, and with two people squeezed together, they could be said to be very close to each other. They could even faintly feel the warmth of each other's skin. For Amen, this was a little too intimate. Hold on a little longer. When we are completely out of the battlefield, I will put you down. Now, Song Qinshu did not want to take advantage of a little girl, but there was no need to deliberately slow down the journey. Amon looked back, and could still vaguely hear the sounds of fighting in the sandstorm. She could only agree. Although she was a little uncomfortable, she was not the kind of person who would pester endlessly. She knew that she could not lose the big picture because of a little. After trotting on the camel for a while, Amon suddenly exclaimed, "Sun, forest?" Following the direction of her finger, Song Qinshu was also a little surprised. How could there be such a big forest in the depths of the desert? Could it be that the sandstorm and the war had caused everyone to fight so hard that they had unknowingly come to the edge of the desert? Originally, he was worried that it was a mirage. It was not until the two of them rushed into the forest that he was sure that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. "Let's rest here for a while." Song Qinshu got down from the camel. Just now, the two of them sat in such a narrow space. The girl's body kept rubbing against his arms. Although it was not him who took the initiative, it was still not good. Bookhouse, seeing that he took the initiative to get down, Amon secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay." After fighting in the sandstorm for most of the night, they did not expect that the sky would already be bright. They could already vaguely see the sunrise on the horizon. Song Qinshu's fire was ignited. He took out the dry food from the camel's bag and gave it to Aman. Aman was obviously very hungry, but she still chewed slowly. He could not help but sigh at how beautiful women looked even when they ate. Perhaps it was because she did not sleep for the whole night, or because she was frightened. Aman leaned against a tree and fell asleep after eating. Song Qinshu put a layer of clothes on her, and also closed his eyes to rest. After an unknown amount of time, there was suddenly a noise in the distance. Song Qinshu and Aman were awakened one after another. Looking at the clothes on her body, Aman's little face was slightly red. She said to Song Qinshu, "Thank you." Song Qinshu nodded and immediately flew to the top of the tree to look into the distance for a while before coming down. Aman asked nervously, "Is it the enemy?" "Enemy? Who do you think is the enemy and who is the friend?" Song Qinshu could not help but sigh. Aman replied, "Of course the enemy is the people who attacked us last night. As for the friend, it is naturally Su Pu and the others, and of course, Uncle." She originally wanted to mention the Mongols, but for some reason, when she thought of Borchu's previous attempt to molest her, she really could not associate them with the word friend. Sometimes what you see is not necessarily true. The people who attacked us last night may not be the enemy, and those who were with us last night may not be our friend. Song Qinshu knew that she most likely did not understand, so he changed his words. It was a group of scattered Mongol soldiers, about a dozen of them, and Su Pu was also with them. Wu Chun, Wu Sun, and the others were all there, but all of them were covered in dust. Wu Chen's helmet was missing, and his battle robes were stained with blood, but it was not clear whether it was his or the enemy's. Elder Wu Sun's shoulder was clearly wounded by an arrow, and even after a rough bandage, the blood still stained his white robes. As for the other Mongol soldiers, they were even more miserable, with only a broken arm or leg hanging off their bodies. In contrast, Su Pu and the others were in a much better state, as if they had not experienced many battles. Could it be that the Taiyin tribe was really in cahoots with the Woodtable Luan tribe? At the side, when Amon heard the news of her lover, she immediately jumped in joy. "Su Pu and the others are fine, that's great. There's someone over there?" The commotion here and the fire alerted the Mongols in the distance. They all acted as if they were facing a great enemy, and each of them drew their scimitars, ready to fight. "We're all on the same side." Song Qinshu knew that they were attacked last night, and by now they were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bow, thinking that there was an ambush here. Seeing that it was him, Wu Chun couldn't help but sigh. "That scared me, I thought I was going to die here this time." Elder Wu's son noticed that Amon was with him, and they seemed to be very familiar with each other. He couldn't help but snort. The great Sek's ability to run away is really good, to have escaped to this safe place so early. Before Song Qingshu could reply, Wu Chen spoke first. You can't say that. With such a large sandstorm last night, no one could see each other clearly, so it's normal for them to get separated. Didn't you and I just reunite? Song Qingshu nodded inwardly. As expected of Princess Yaluan's father, he had some bearing. Are you the only ones left? Wu Chen's expression was solemn. The others have probably all been wiped out. These people had a hard time escaping. In this treasure hunt, they had not even touched a hair of the treasure, and in the end, 2,000 Mongol troops had been wiped out, and even their commander Borchu had died in battle. How could they report to the Great Khan when they returned? At the side, Su Pu was in a good mood. He had thought that Amon had died, but now that the fairy-like girl was standing in front of him, he hurriedly ran over. Amon, you're fine, that's great. He suddenly noticed that his lover was wearing clothes that belonged to another man, and his expression immediately changed. Chapter 2344. Female Slave. Su Pu's expression changed, and he quickly asked what was going on. A man told him how she had been captured. Hearing that she had been saved by the Water Moon sect, Su Pu revealed a look of gratitude. However, when he learned that the two of them were in the same boat and that his lover had been taken advantage of by another man, he felt very unhappy and his eyes were filled with hostility. Wu Chen, Wu Sun, and the others on the side had strange expressions. They thought that the Water Moon sect's luck was not bad, actually obtaining this kind of chance to be a hero and save a beauty. However, what was the point of doing this? Wouldn't it be better to just make her his female slave? Could it be that he wanted to win her heart? These Japanese devils really knew how to play around. Wu Chen was fine since he was about to marry the princess, but Wu Sun was a bit unhappy. It had to be known that Yali Xian and Ah Man were already considered his exclusive property. How could he allow others to touch them? However, he had just experienced a large defeat and was injured, so it was not good for him to fall out with the Water Moon sect at this time. After hesitating a bit, he said to Wu Chen, "How about we go back to Heilin and gather our men to take revenge for this?" As long as they returned to Heilin, with his status, he would be able to gather more resources than the Water Moon sect. How could he compete with him at that time? If they continued to stay here and allowed Ah Man to mix with the Water Moon sect's playboy, who knew when the soup would be taken by him? It would be a large loss for him. However, Wu Chen immediately rejected this proposal. "No, we came out to find the treasure this time, but not only did we not find anything, we were completely annihilated by the enemy and even Bor was killed. How will I explain this to the Great Khan when I return? We have to at least find the treasure first." Old man Wu's son thought of how he would be punished when he returned and how the Wooden Table Luan tribe's army was not far away. Perhaps they were waiting to ambush them on the way back. He did not say anything else, but he secretly thought that he had to pay close attention to the situation and not give the Water Moon sect a chance to make a move. Su Pu wanted to bring Ah Man and the others back to the tribe. After all, they had never been to these places before and could not be used as guides. At the same time, he wanted to bring Ah Man away from danger, especially that Japanese. He felt that he was the most dangerous person. As for his previous agreement with Li Wenxiu, he would send Ah Man back and then come back to look for them. However, his proposal was immediately vetoed by Wu Chen. Firstly, they had suffered heavy losses and did not have many people on hand. Every additional person would be an additional portion of strength. More importantly, if they leaked their whereabouts after they left, wouldn't it be all over for them? When they noticed that the Mongolians around them had placed their hands on the hilts of their weapons, Su Pu and the others knew that if they did not agree to it, blood might spill on the spot. Hence, they had no choice but to continue staying in the group. Su-Pu, I'm a little scared. I don't think these people are good people. No matter how innocent Amanda was, she also felt the strangeness in the team, especially when Boar suddenly wanted to do something bad to her last time, which made her hate him even more. Of course, someone must be excluded. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Su-Pu patted his chest and said. Sansur and Camel also comforted him, but they didn't have much confidence. Su-Pu, if they find the treasure, will they let us go? A man suddenly asked. Su-Pu frowned. Sansur and Camel also came over and whispered, In my opinion, I'm afraid they won't let us go. We have to plan ahead. Su-Pu nodded. Fortunately, Xiao and her sister were here. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements for the next thing. At the same time, Xiao's sister's smile appeared in his mind, and he felt like his mind was wandering. She doesn't seem to have smiled at me. Then why did I think of her smile? Sansur and Camel hurriedly asked about the plan. Su-Pu's expression turned cold, and he said nothing. Although he was a little reckless, he knew what was important. If the Mongolians knew about it, they would be finished. Zhuzhou Chinese, the Mongolians temporarily rested, while Wu Chen summoned Wu Sun, Song Qinshu, and the others for a meeting. He pointed to the mountains in the distance and said, I have someone who is good at geography with me. He pointed out that according to the terrain, the capital of Gaochang should not be built in a place without a water source. And this unbelievably large oasis is probably near Gaochang ancient country. Oasis? Song Qinshu looked at the endless mountains and forests and he wanted to say, how can this be called an oasis? It's possible that the underground water veins have changed over thousands of years, creating this forest in the depths of the desert, a perverted man beside Wu Chun explained. Obviously, he was that expert in geography. Many things were essentially the same. The Han people called it geomancy, and other ethnic groups also had their own names. Report, footprints have been found in the distance. The scout who was sent out to investigate rushed back. Footprints? How many people? Wu Chun immediately became nervous. Could it be that the wooden table Luan tribe had caught up? It seems to be the footprints of a person, the scout replied. A person? How could there be someone in this place? Wu Chun, Wu Sun, and the others looked at each other. They really could not understand how footprints could appear out of nowhere in the depths of the desert. It has snowed in this area for the past 2 days, so the footprints are still very clear, extending all the way into the depths of the mountains. This subordinate did not dare to continue investigating and came back to report. The scout continued to report. Could it be the evil ghost in the desert? Sansur and Camel, who were standing to the side, were trembling. Their voices were filled with panic. It was obvious that the legends they had heard since they were young had been carved into their bones. Evil ghost. Wu Chun and Wu Sun sneered. They were naturally not afraid of these illusory legends. It seems that someone is playing tricks on us. As expected, someone deliberately spread the news to avoid the discovery of the treasure. Since someone is leading the way, it saves us the trouble of looking for it. Pass down the order, we will set out immediately. Song Qinshu could not help but say, could it be that someone deliberately set up an ambush? Wu Sun chuckled and said, the major sects are really so timid, so cautious. If it is the Muzhuoluan tribe, since they already know where we are, there is no need to waste time. If it is not, then there is only one person. With so many of us, what is there to be afraid of? Wu Chen smiled and said, Shaman is right. Let's go. Everyone followed the footprints into the depths of the mountains. The more they went, the more difficult it became to walk. Fortunately, the footprints were very obvious in the snow. However, the terrain was dangerous, and the road was rugged. In fact, there was no road at all. They could only follow the footprints of the people before them through the hills and valleys. The road in front of them was endless, and the 2 lines of footprints in the snow seemed to lead straight to hell. Su-Pu became more and more worried. What if Xiao and his sister encountered the evil ghost? Would they be all right? Sister Xiao's martial arts were so high that she would not be afraid of the evil ghost. But if it was an evil ghost, would martial arts be of any use? Beside him, Sancer also felt a little scared. However, he did not want to show his fear in front of the goddess, so he said to Su Pu, "Su Pu, you are trembling all over. It is not fun to be scared. Why don't you wait here for me? If we find the treasure, I will definitely give you a share." Chapter 23:45. Su Pu was enraged. "You're acting like a hero now, but when the evil ghost comes out, let's see who will run first, you or Camel?" Camel and Sancer were martial brothers, so he naturally spoke up for him. "Heh, we still have the strength to run when we see the evil ghost, unlike you, kneeling on the ground and trembling in fear." Su Pu was angry, but he couldn't say that he was worried about Xiao and the others, so he was depressed for a moment. Fortunately, Man came out to smooth things over and persuaded them to stop bickering. "There's a path in the forest." Wu Chen noticed that even though it was overgrown with weeds, there were still some traces of an ancient path. "Looks like we've found the right place this time." Elder Wu Sun was also a little excited. This time, they had suffered such a crushing defeat, and now there was finally some good news. The group was greatly refreshed, and they continued to walk forward. After walking for a long time, Man suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, this is bad." Su Pu hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Man pointed at a shining silver bracelet on the side of the road ahead, saying, "Look, this is the bracelet I dropped earlier." The bracelet was about 2 or 3 feet in front of them, but they didn't know why it suddenly appeared here. Man said, "I dropped the bracelet, and I thought I would have to look for it when I came back. How did it end up here again?" Wu Chun frowned. "Take a good look, is it really it?" Man didn't dare to pick it up, so Su Pu went forward and lifted it up. Before Man could identify it, he had already recognized it, saying, "Yes, it's hers." Saying so, he handed the bracelet to her. Man didn't dare to take it and said with a trembling voice, You threw it on the ground, I don't want it anymore." Su Pu said, "Is it really a trick played by the evil ghost?" Even though it was daytime, everyone felt a chill run up their backs, and their expressions were very strange. The Mongolians originally didn't believe in such things, but once they arrived at Taiyin tribe, they heard the legends of evil ghosts, and now they couldn't help but feel scared. The shaman under Wu Chun, who was good at geography, was called Kaluo. He walked over, picked up the bracelet and looked at it, then ran around and looked around. "I see," he said. "We must have taken a detour and come back." All of a sudden, Su Pu and the others, who had lived on the edge of the desert for a long time, thought of the famous legend. A traveler in the desert lost his way and suddenly found footprints. He was overjoyed and followed the footprints, but he didn't know that they were his own footprints. He followed the old path and went around in circles until he died. Wu Chen frowned, "But we've clearly been moving forward. How did we end up circling around to the back?" The layout of this place must have confused our sense of direction. Kaluo explained, "I heard that the Han can achieve a similar effect through some formations, called Chimanduanjia or something." Song Qingshu suddenly understood. No wonder there was a strange feeling when he walked just now. It was because when people walked, the distance taken by their right foot was slightly longer than the distance taken by their left foot. The difference of 1 or 2 steps was not very big, but the accumulated difference was very obvious after walking for a long time. Therefore, in that kind of environment where you could not tell the direction, you thought you were walking in a straight line, but in fact you were walking in a gentle arc. In the end, you would catch up to your previous footprints and form a circle. "Can we find the right way?" Wu Chen was a little anxious. He still wanted to find the treasure so he could report back, but if they were trapped here, wouldn't it be all over? 20-inch, I'll try my best, but I need time. Kaluo fiddled with some stones, branches, and other things on the ground to study, presumably trying to figure out the layout of this place. The mysterious footprints from before had already disappeared, so they could only rely on themselves for the rest. "Leave it to me," Wu Sun suddenly said. Wu Chen couldn't help but be overjoyed. "How could I forget the great shaman's abilities? With you around, there will naturally be no problem. I hope the treasure vault isn't too far from here. If it's too far, I won't be able to sense it." Elder Wu Sun sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes slowly closed. His subordinates had already surrounded him to protect him. Song Qingshu felt a huge wave of mental energy brush past him, spreading out in all directions with this place as the center. He couldn't help but feel surprise. Could it be that he can also use the function of a radar? In fact, the soul search technique he learned from Li Qiushui had a similar function, but he could only use his powerful internal energy to spread out the sound waves to search for people. If the other party did not respond, the chances of him finding them were very low. Looking at Elder Wu Sun's posture, he should be able to use his huge mental energy to scan the surroundings and build a three-dimensional map in his mind. Of course, there were advantages and disadvantages. He should only be able to sense objects of a certain size and above. If it was just one or two people, it probably wouldn't show up on the map. However, it was perfect for finding the labyrinth here. After a long time, Elder Wu Sun opened his eyes, and Wu Chen hurriedly asked, "How is it?" Elder Wu Sun smiled. "Our luck is good. We should not be far from the Gaochang labyrinth." As he said this, he pointed in a direction. Of course, he wasn't 100% sure, but through his mental energy scan, he found that there was something different about that direction. It should be a building or something like that. Wu Chen hurriedly ordered everyone to search in that direction. The road became high and winding, making it very difficult to travel. If not for his trust in Wu Sun, he would have long since retreated. After walking for about a few miles, the scout at the front suddenly exclaimed. Song Qingshu and the others hurriedly went forward to take a look. They saw a stone mountain on the opposite side, with two iron doors embedded in it. The doors were mottled with rust, showing that they had been around for a long time. The Gaochang Labyrinth! Everyone cheered. Wu Chen and Wu Sun almost cried tears of joy. They had finally found the treasure. This way they would be able to answer to the Great Khan. A man looked at the door in the distance and muttered to himself, "The legend of the tribe is true. There really is a treasure in the depths of the desert." Sancer and Camel were also excited. Only Su Pu was full of worry. "I wonder if Xiao and her sister have found the place. Although the number of Mongols has decreased, they are all expert. Especially that white-robed shaman, he is like a god. With just the few of us, will we be able to deal with them?" Song Qingshu was also worried. He wondered if there would be any changes to the Gaochang treasure in this world. If there really was a treasure, how could they let the Mongols take advantage of it? Some of the Mongol soldiers had already run over to push the iron doors. These soldiers who had survived the battlefield were all brave warriors, but it was a pity that the two doors did not budge at all. The lecherous man Gulualu walked over. Knowing his capabilities, everyone retreated. He looked at the door for a long time and found that it was as if the door was born in the stone mountain. There was not a single crack on it. He looked around and finally, his eyes fell on the knocker. He walked forward and turned to the left, but it did not budge. He frowned and said, "This labyrinth has been built for hundreds of years. Although the desert is very dry, the iron doors must have rusted. Even if there is a knocker, it will not budge." Chapter 2346. Everyone was shocked and rushed over to check, only to see the lecherous man's body around the entrance. There was no trace of anyone else. Wu Chen examined his carotid artery with a gloomy face and shook his head. Could it really be an evil ghost? Sancer muttered to himself. The Taiyan tribe members trembled, clearly terrified to the bone. "There's no evil ghost," Elder Wu Sun said in a low voice. Take off his clothes and check if there are any wounds on his body. The Mongolian soldiers quickly took off Karluk's clothes. A man turned away in embarrassment while Su Pu and the rest craned their necks to check. The soldiers examined his body carefully and finally said in a daze, "There are no wounds." Camel's teeth chattered as he took a step back. "I knew it, it must be an evil ghost coming for us." Elder Wu Sun turned to look at Song Qingshu. "Big brother, did you sense someone behind the door?" Song Qingshu shook his head. Other than Karluk, there was no one else's aura near the door. Elder Wu Sun also said, "I didn't sense anyone behind the door either." This time, even the Mongolian party felt a chill in their hearts. Is there really an evil ghost here? When they stared at the dark entrance, the group of Mongolian soldiers instinctively took 2 steps back, and they stared at Wu Chen with expectant eyes. Wu Chen frowned. There was no turning back now, but with such low morale, it would be troublesome to force them to die. Suddenly, an idea came to him. He said to Su Pu and the rest, "You guys go ahead and scout." Su Pu and the rest immediately objected. "Why us? I told you there's an evil ghost here." Wu Chen did not waste any more time. He drew his saber and placed it on Aman's neck. "If you don't go, I'll kill her immediately." Wu Sun's eyelids twitched. He was worried that his hand would shake and turn the beautiful girl he had been eyeing into a corpse. However, he would not jump out to ruin Wu Chen's plan at a time like this. He knew that this was Wu Chen's plan. Song Qingshu held his saber with both hands and looked on coldly from the side. "You're too despicable." Su Pu gnashed his teeth. Unfortunately, the situation was against him, and he had no choice but to give in. "All right, I'll go scout. Sansur, Camel, this has nothing to do with you. You two stay behind." Sansur and Camel immediately shouted, "Armin is our master's daughter. How can you say it has nothing to do with us? Besides, our Taiyan tribe only has brave warriors who will fight to the death. There are no cowards who run away." Aman was the most beautiful flower in the tribe, and no one wanted to see her wither in front of them, even if her lover was not them. Moreover, this was related to their reputation in the tribe, so even though they were afraid, they still insisted on going with them. Sansur, Camel. Aman's tears fell like pearls. He felt that he had harmed them. Seeing the lover of their dreams shed tears for them for the first time, Sansel and Camel suddenly felt refreshed, as if evil spirits were not so scary anymore. "Luiko, all right, go scout the way," Wu Chen urged impatiently. Su Pu and the other two had to pull out their sabers and walk slowly through the gate. Sansur and Camel were worried that they would die like that lecher as soon as they entered the gate. Su Pu was thinking, "I wonder if Oxio and her sister have encountered this kind of danger when they came here before. Where are they now?" The three carefully entered the gate with different thoughts in their mind. To their delight, they did not encounter Gulualu and entered the gate safely. Wu Chen breathed a sigh of relief at the back and called the soldiers to follow. He followed behind with Aman in custody, and Wusun was also with him. When she passed by Song Qingshu, Aman looked at him with a pitiful expression, but Song Qingshu pretended not to see it. He was not the kind of person who could not walk away when he saw a beauty. This trip to the north was of great importance, and he could not ruin the whole plan just because of her. Behind the gate was a long, dark tunnel. Su Pu and the other two lit torches, holding a torch in one hand and a long saber in the other, and led the way. The Mongolian soldiers behind also made torches and lit them up. Of course, Wu Chen, Wusun, and Song Qingshu did not need to hold the torches themselves. There were soldiers around them to light them up. Aman suddenly screamed. It turned out that she had been worried about Su Pu's safety. Her eyes were fixed on him, and she noticed several skeletons lying at the foot of the wall in front of them. Soon, a Mongolian soldier came forward to investigate and reported, "Some of their clothes are weathered, some are barely recognizable, but without exception, their bodies have all turned into white bones." I think the earliest one died decades ago. Su Pu, Sansur, and the others looked at each other in shock. No wonder there was a rumor in the tribe that no one could come back alive after entering the depths of the desert to look for treasure. It seemed that there were brave warriors who came to look for it in the past hundreds of years, but they all died here. Can you tell what the cause of death is? Wu Chen asked in a deep voice. The Mongolian soldier shook his head and said, other than their own weapons, there was nothing left at the scene. Moreover, the bodies have all turned into white bones, so it's hard to determine the cause of death. Not everyone in this era was like Song Ci, who could determine the cause of death just by looking at the bones. Are they really evil spirits? The same thought rose in everyone's mind. When they looked at the long tunnel in front of them again, it was like a giant snake that was about to devour them, giving them an oppressive and terrifying feeling. Wu Chen braced himself and said, don't panic, everyone. We, the Mongols, are not only protected by the everlasting heaven, but also by the Western Vatican and the gods and Buddhas. Evil spirits are nothing to us. When the Mongolian soldiers heard this, they gradually calmed down. These years, the Zen sect, Tantra sect, Xuanzhen sect in the east, and the Vatican in the west had sent countless people to preach to the Great Khan. Speaking of which, they were indeed protected by the gods and Buddhas. Thinking about it this way, they were not so afraid of evil spirit. Not long after the group of people continued to walk, Song Qingshu suddenly noticed some murals on the stone walls on both sides. It was a story of the brave warriors of the Gaochang kingdom fighting against the invaders, but in the end, they were defeated and retreated to this place. The whole story gave a feeling that it was not because the army did not work hard, but because the enemy was too arrogant. Thinking about the identity of the invaders, Song Qingshu felt a little strange, because in history, it was the famous general Ho Junji who destroyed the Gaochang kingdom. Suddenly, he noticed that the eyes on the murals were a little strange. He walked forward to take a closer look, and found that the circles on the eyeballs were not painted, but were originally round holes on the wall. Looking around, he found that the walls were densely packed with such round holes, but they were hidden in the murals, so it was difficult to see at first glance. Chapter 2347. The moment the mechanism sounded, countless arrows shot out from the walls on both sides of the tunnel. In such a narrow space, how could the arrows from the crossbows be dodged so easily? Almost in an instant, half of the soldiers fell to the ground. Although Song Qingshu was skilled in martial arts, he was the closest to the wall. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have been turned into a porcupine by the arrows that suddenly shot out. Hearing the screams, everyone dropped their torches on the ground. Half of the tunnel was darkened, turning it into hell. Song Qingshu could not bear to do this. With Wu Sun and Wu Chen's cultivation base and status, these sharp arrows would not be able to kill them. Those who died were just some lowly soldiers. Moreover, there were a few innocent people from Tai Yen tribe among them. The water moon saber was unsheathed, and a cold light flashed in the tunnel. The arrows that were shot out were all cut by his saber energy. The crossbows in this mechanism were not endless, and after 2 rounds, they stopped shooting. Song Qingshu raised his torch and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Wu Chen hurriedly took stock and found that more than half of the Mongolian soldiers who came in had died, and the others were all injured. He and Wu Sun were fine because the guards beside them raised their shields in time. A man was also safe because he stayed by his side. However, Su Pu and the others were much worse off. Su Pu and Sansur were both hit by the arrows. Fortunately, the injuries were not fatal, and at this moment they did not care about their own injuries. Instead, they desperately covered Camel's neck, but blood continued to gush out. Camel's mouth gurgled, but he could not speak a complete sentence. With an arrow in his neck, even a deity could not save him. In the end, he could only die in Su Pu's arms. Camel! A man immediately burst into tears. Su Pu and Sansur also had tears in their eyes. Wu Chen did not care about their life and death. Instead, he thanked Song Qingshu and said, "This time, it is all thanks to the great sect's help. Otherwise, we would have lost more people." Wu Sun stared at the saber in his hand with some surprise. Previously, when he heard that Su Pu was a deserter from Xingqing Prefecture, he felt a little disdainful. Now that he recalled the saber energy, he also felt a sense of fear. If he fought with Su Pu, he must not let Su Pu get close to him, or else he would be in danger. At this moment, Su Pu heard this and glared at Song Qingshu fiercely. "Why didn't you help earlier? Otherwise, Camel wouldn't have died." Just then, Song Qingshu frowned. Camel's neck was already shot by an arrow in the first round. How could he have saved him in time? But he was too lazy to explain. However, he did not bother with Su Pu. He sheathed his saber and ignored Su Pu. Amen hurriedly explained on his behalf. In that kind of situation, Uncle couldn't care less. Besides, we were saved by him. Man and Suaman, Su and Su, in that uncle we, Su of Su, uncle, he said. Su. What made Su Pu depressed was that his lover always sided with Su Pu. He thought that Su Pu was not really from the Shuiwe sect, but he opened his mouth and did not say anything. Then, he wondered why Xiao and the others did not warn him. Could it be that they, too, were, at this time, Wu Sun was discussing with Wu Chen. The design of this trap is too vicious. They placed the trigger mechanism at the rear end, so that our entire army would be within the firing range of these crossbows. It is indeed vicious. But what I am more curious about is that this is a ruin from 1,000 years ago. No matter how intricate the mechanism is, it should not be able to function properly after such a long time. How could these crossbows still work? After all, Wu Chen was born into the most powerful clan in Mongolia. After following Temujin for so many years, what kind of situation had he not seen? He immediately realized that something was amiss. It is indeed strange. Wu Sun nodded. Could it be that someone deliberately set us up? Song Qingshu also thought to himself, could it be that this was a trap set up by Lost in the Sea? But how could she be so resourceful? Wu Chen's expression was solemn. No matter what, now that things have come to this, we can no longer retreat. From now on, we must be on full alert. Although Su Pu and the others were devastated, under the pressure of the Mongols, they had no choice but to temporarily put down the body of their comrade and wait for their return to the tribe to bury him. 186 Chinese net, however, their hearts were filled with doubt. Would they still have the chance to return to the tribe? Not long after the group of people walked down the corridor, 3 forks appeared in front of them. Su Pu could not help but stop. Wu Chen went forward to investigate, but the entrances of each fork were almost identical. There was no way to tell the difference. There seems to be footprints on the ground. Wu Sun's eyes were sharp. He quickly picked up a torch and squatted down to examine the ground. However, he discovered that it could barely be called a footprint. It was only a very small round mark, which was very different from a human's footprint. Are there any animals with footprints like this around here? Wu Chen turned to look at Aman. Aman shook his head in bewilderment. No animal's footprint would be this small. Even a rabbit should have a toe print. But this is an even circle. Ah, she suddenly exclaimed, could this be the footprints of that evil spirit? Wu Chen glared at her fiercely. Shut up. You need to spread lies to confuse people. Those traps were clearly made by humans. There are no evil spirits in this world. If anyone dares to mention this again, don't blame me for being merciless. After last night's terrible defeat, and just now, half of his men had died. The morale of his soldiers was at rock bottom, and he could not allow this woman to talk nonsense anymore. Listen up, brothers. As long as we find the Gaochang Kingdom's treasure, I will share my share equally with all of you. Everyone will have a share. Roar. The morale of the soldiers, who had been at rock bottom, instantly became spirited. Although there were many people to share, this was the accumulated wealth of a country. If everyone got a share, it would be enough for them to live the rest of their lives in luxury. Wasn't this the purpose of going to war? Song Qingshu sighed inwardly when he saw this. It was no wonder that the Mongolian army was undefeatable. They really did not hold back when it came to rewarding their subordinate. Many of the armies from the dynasties in the Central Plains had their salaries taken away from them, and it was already considered good if the soldiers could get their share on time. Most of the time, they would even have to fight on empty stomachs and without pay, so how could they possibly win? When he was with Agio, he often heard her talk about the fall of the dynasty. At that time, many of her father's generals were like sheep in battle, suffering all kinds of crushing defeat. After they surrendered to the Manchurian Qing, each of them seemed to have become a different person. Each of their subordinates became a tiger and a wolf, which made her hate these traitorous generals. After Wu Chun regained his morale, they discussed the three forks. Wu Sun suggested, "Let's split into 3 teams and explore one side each. We'll meet back here later." "No, splitting our forces is a taboo." Wu Chen shook his head and refused. "Since this place is called a labyrinth, the paths must be winding. It's better for us to go together. What's more, there might be people lying in ambush against us. Splitting our forces will be exactly what they want." Although Wu Sun boasted that he was not afraid of evil spirits, there was no need to take the risk. Thus, he agreed and the group took the right side first. After the previous experience, the group walked very cautiously. Su Pu and Sansur were forced to walk at the front even after their wounds were bandaged. Suddenly, another 3 forks appeared in front of them. Wu Sun couldn't help but say to Wu Chen, "You have foresight. There must be many forks ahead. If we split our forces again and again, I'm afraid we won't have enough manpower." Wu Chen didn't feel complacent. Looking at the 3 forks, he felt that trying them one by one was not the way to go. So, he ordered Su Pu and Sansur to each go to one cave to investigate, while he sent his men to the other cave to see if they could find any pattern. After glancing at Amon, Su Pu and Sansur reluctantly left. Who knew that not long after they left, they suddenly heard Su Pu scream. Everyone hurried to the source of the sound, but they only saw a torch and his scimitar on the ground. As for Su Pu, he was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 23:48. Big Brother, did you feel someone just now? Old man Wu Sun subconsciously turned to look at Big Brother Shueiyue, only to find that in a flash, Big Brother Shueiyue was already running towards the entrance of the cave. He couldn't help but secretly exclaim, "This guy's lightness skill is really good." Not long after, seeing him return with a heavy face, everyone hurriedly asked, "How was it?" Song Qingshu shook his head. "Not long after I chased forward, 3 more forks appeared. I chose one and went in, but it was another fork. I was worried that I would get lost, so I retreated." Under such circumstances, no matter how good his lightness skill was, he couldn't catch up. Hearing his words, Amon felt her vision go black and she fainted. "Amon!" Sansur hurried over to support her so that she wouldn't fall, unwilling to let these Mongols touch her again. Everyone knew that 2 of his companions had died, so they didn't bother to argue with him. Old man Wu Sun pulled Wu Chen and Big Brother Shueiyue aside to discuss, "What should we do next? It seems that there are still countless forks ahead. If we try one by one, who knows how long it will take?" Wu Chen said bitterly, "If it wasn't for the sneak attack by the Wood Table Luan tribe in Galdan, I have 2,000 warriors under my command, and we can directly search every cave. Sooner or later, I will catch that bitch Hua Qingtong and humiliate her." Wu Sun laughed. "I heard that Hua Qingtong's sister is even more beautiful." Wu Chen squinted at him. "Princess Xiangxiang is naturally the Khan's. As his subordinates, how would we dare to have any ideas about her?" Wu Sun sensed the warning in his tone, and felt a little unhappy. The most beautiful Princess Xiangxiang is the Khan's, and the second most beautiful Hua Qintong is yours. What about me? But he also knew how high the status of the Hongjirat tribe was in Mongolia, and he could not compete with them, so he could only think of other people. He heard that there was a peerless city in the Dzungar Khaganate, and the descendants of the dual cultivators were all stunning beauties, and they were good at dual cultivators. Tsk, the work must be good, and he heard that the dual cultivator princess of this generation had also come out. Then, he suddenly thought of something and hastily asked Song Qingshu, "Great sect, I heard that Galdan brought people from the residence of dual cultivators to the Western Xia's marriage selection. Have you seen the princess of dual cultivators in Western Xia? Gu Zixian?" Song Qingshu was startled and answered subconsciously, "Yes, why? How does he look?" Wu Sun chuckled. How could Song Qingshu not know what this old pervert was planning? He snorted angrily, "She usually covers her face, so I can't see what she looks like. You should be able to see his body and skin, right?" Elder Wu Sun asked. "Graceful and alluring, skin like cream." Thinking of Gu Zixian's flirtatious appearance, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel his heart heat up. "Tsk, you make it sound like you've touched it before." Wu Sun rolled his eyes. He had already made up his mind that when he breached Peerless City in the future, he would definitely snatch the dual cultivator princess away. Wu Chun coughed. "Let's get down to business first. What should we do with the current situation? I checked just now, and I can't see any signs or anything like that at any fork in the road." Song Qingshu said, "In fact, we can keep walking on the right side. If we keep walking, there is a high probability that we will find our destination." This was the method of walking through mazes concluded by later generations. Many mazes kept walking along the right side of the wall, and one would eventually find the exit. Of course, this method had its limitations. The entrance and exit had to be on the same line. If they encountered a maze that was shaped like a circle, where the entrance and exit were not on the same line, this method wouldn't work. There were also mazes with multiple layers, which were even more complicated. They could only hope that the people of Gaochang 1,000 years ago didn't have such a complicated mind. However, Wu Chun said, "This will take too much effort. If the exit happens to be on the left side, won't we have to try one last time to find the treasure?" After saying that, he looked at Elder Wu Sun. "Shaman, can you use your mental power to investigate?" Song Qingshu's mind lit up. He was also confused. Why did he always think of using scientific methods to solve problems? After all, this world was a world where there were many unscientific methods. Elder Wu Sun frowned and said, "I can give it a try, but there are too many twists and turns here. My mental power will affect each other, so it might not work." Song Qingshu nodded. In this kind of terrain, mental power that was spread out would be quickly reflected back, and it would easily interfere with other mental powers. It was difficult to construct the correct terrain in his mind. "Shaman, please give it a try." Wu Chen was overjoyed. He had the surrounding soldiers clear an open space for him. Elder Wu Sun sat cross-legged in the middle and quickly fell into meditation. Wisps of mental power probed the various forks in front of him. Song Qingshu went to the side to check on the fainted man. Sansir was very guarded against other Mongolians, but he was not so nervous around him. After checking her pulse, Sansir asked nervously, "How is man?" Song Qingshu replied, "She just fainted from overwork and great joy and sorrow. It's not a big deal. I just need to help her circulate her blood." Now that there were dangers at every step in this maze, it was too dangerous to let her continue to be unconscious. As he said that, he placed his palm on her back and sent a warm stream of jinqi into her. After a while, man woke up with a moan. However, when she saw Su Pu's scimitar, she immediately felt sad. Su Pu, Song Qingshu did not want her to faint again, so he immediately said, "Don't worry. The one who captured Su Pu is a human, not a ghost. Since the other party did not take Su Pu's life on the spot, he should not be in danger for the time being. Really? Ah Man's previously blank eyes gradually regained their spirit. Of course, so you have to take care of yourself. Only then will we be able to find him together. Song Qingshu nodded. Thank you, uncle. Ah Man happily hugged Song Qingshu. In her opinion, he was his elder, so she did not think of him as a bad person. However, this made Sancer jealous. Even Song Qingshu felt a little uncomfortable. He hurriedly pushed her soft body away and retreated to the side of Wu Chen and the others. Seeing Wu Chen secretly give him a thumbs up, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. This time, he really did not mean to do it. Speaking of which, it was a bit strange. With the appearance of the Water Moon sect, he could also win the favor of a girl. Could it be that his charm was so great that even a disguise could not hide it? At this time, old man Wu Sun also slowly opened his eyes. He first glared at Song Qingshu. Clearly, under the cover of his spiritual force, what happened just now could not be hidden from him. Then he said, "The maze is too complicated. My spiritual force was too exhausted along the way, so I could not investigate too far. I can only temporarily eliminate a few branches that lead to dead ends." Wu Chen was overjoyed. This is already a great help. Where should we go next? Chapter 2349. Seeing that everyone had chosen this direction, the happiest person was Ah Man, because this was where Su Pu had been captured. The group walked for a long time, and there were countless forks in the cave. Every time they came to a fork, Wu Sun would meditate and eliminate a few impossible forks. Sometimes, even he could not make up his mind, so everyone could only choose a random path. Along the way, Wu Chen would use a knife to mark the mountain walls so that when they came out, they would not be able to find the original path. After walking for an unknown amount of time, suddenly, the view in front of them opened up, and a large open space appeared. At the end of it, there were 2 iron doors embedded in the mountain rock. Wu Chen was overjoyed. Have we found the place where the treasure is hidden? The group hurried across the open space and came to the door. Wu Chen asked Sancer to turn the knocker, but unexpectedly, the door was unlatched. With a light touch, it opened with a creak. Everyone walked in and saw that there was a hall inside. The 4 walls were decorated with clay and wooden statues of Buddha. After entering the hall, there was a row of houses. Most of the houses were decorated with Buddha statues. Occasionally, they saw a few Chinese characters written on the walls. They read King of Gao Chang State, Wen Tai, Tangzhenguan 13th year, and so on. There was a hall full of Han statues. In the middle of the hall was an old man. On the plaque was written the words De Qing Ji Shi Kongzi. On the left and right were dozens of people, with the names Yan, Hui, Zilu, Zigung, Zisha, Zizhang, and so on. Sancer and Ah Man were confused, and Wu Chen frowned. Who are these people? These are the ancient sages of the Han people. Wu Sun was experienced and knowledgeable, so he explained, this is really strange. The people here clearly believe in God, so why are there so many Buddha statues and Han statues? Chess. Treasure. Suddenly, a Mongolian soldier pointed at a pile of chests placed at the center and cried out in excitement. Without waiting for Wu Chen's order, the group of people ran to the treasure chests in a frenzy. Since the devastating defeat last night to the series of events that happened today, everyone had been depressed for far too long. Now that they finally found the treasure, there was no way they would not be happy. Everyone had the same idea. They wanted to fill their pockets with more gold, silver, and jewels. Over the past few years, after the Mongolian army conquered the cities, everyone would do this. Whoever managed to get their hands on the treasures would own them, and the higher-ups would not care. Besides, this time, Wu Chen had already said that they would split the treasures equally. Wu Chen and Wu Sun did not go over. They naturally had to pay attention to their table manners in front of their subordinate. In any case, they would not be spared in the end. Song Qingshu was with Amen. Amen looked around but did not see Su Pu. Her eyes were filled with sadness. In order to comfort her, Sansa ran to the other rooms to see if there were any clues. What's this? The Mongolian soldiers opened the treasure chests, but they did not see the gold ingots that they had expected. Instead, the chests were filled with oily green particles. Is this a gem? One of the Mongolian soldiers picked one up and examined it closely. There seemed to be patterns carved on it. It looked a little like a worm, and the craftsmanship was very vivid. Song Qingshu looked in the direction of the voice, and his hair stood on end. He shouted, "Throw it away!" What? The Mongolian soldier turned around in confusion, while the others sneered in their hearts. They had heard that Gaochang was rich in gems, and they would not be able to wait to stuff these gems into their pockets. Throw them away? Were they crazy? Just as the Mongolian soldier turned around, the green gem in his hand suddenly moved. The foot carved on it suddenly stretched out, and a crack appeared on its surface. Soon, a worm shook its head and crawled out. The Mongolian soldier felt a sharp pain in his hand. He turned around and saw that the worm was biting his finger. He instinctively wanted to throw it away, but the worm was biting so hard, how could he throw it away? Just as he was about to use his knife to get rid of it, the worm bit through his flesh and crawled into his hand. There was a visible bulge on his arm, and it kept moving on his shoulder. Audiobook City. Although the Mongolian soldier was brave, he had never seen something like this. He immediately screamed in fear. If he had decisively cut off his arm with his knife, he might have been able to keep his life, but how could a normal person make that kind of decision? While he was hesitating, the bulge had already moved from his shoulder to his neck, then to his face, temples. In the end, his whole body suddenly trembled, and he fell heavily to the ground. His mouth was wide open, and soon, a worm crawled out of his mouth. The whole process seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in a short moment. Maybe it was because they smelled blood, or maybe they heard the call of their own kind, but the green gems in the chest all woke up, as if they had become demons from hell, and they bit the people closest to them. The Mongolian soldiers' screams rose and fell. The worst thing was that many of them had greedily stuffed a lot of green gems into their arms, and as a result, a large number of worms went straight into their stomach. Soon, their flesh was eaten clean, and they turned into dried corpses. Why did Song Qingshu have such a big reaction? It was because he recognized these things at first glance. When he watched the Mummy series, the scene of the tide of scarabs devouring human bodies left a huge psychological trauma in his heart. Other than the color being a little green, this thing was exactly the same as a scarab. The densely packed worms in the chest all woke up, and the Mongolian soldiers quickly fell to the ground while screaming in pain. Then, their bodies were covered with green worms, and not long after, they turned into a pile of skeletons. The remaining worms spread out in the house, looking for new prey. Seeing that the whole house was about to be filled with green worms, everyone ran out with all their might, and Song Qingshu was no exception. This thing had traumatized him too much, and he did not want to have anything to do with it. As he ran, he saw a man who had been knocked to the ground, and hurriedly pulled her into his arms. At the same time, he saw the dumbfounded Wachun at the side, and subconsciously pulled him along. After running for an unknown amount of time, Song Qingshu could no longer hear the rustling of the insects behind him. He stopped and panted heavily. Just now, what was that thing? Amen's voice was still trembling. It should be a sacred beetle. It feeds on the flesh and blood of living creatures. It is often placed in ancient tombs to prevent grave robbers. However, this thing should be produced in Egypt. Why would it appear here? Song Qingshu said with lingering fear. Many thanks to great sect for saving my life this time. Wachun, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, gasped for breath. He had fought in many wars, but this was the first time he had seen such a strange thing. Song Qingshu was stunned. He did not understand why he had saved him just now. Speaking of which, it seemed to be more beneficial for him if he died silently here. However, in that kind of situation, it was difficult for him to not save him. In the end, he was still too soft-hearted. Forget it, Princess Yaluan had specially given him a gift. This time, he would return the favor. "Uncle, did you see Sansur?" Amin asked with some fear as she tightly grasped his sleeve. Song Qingshu replied, "I just saw him run in another direction with Wu Sun and the others. He originally wanted to save you, but Wu Sun forcibly took him away. It's good that he is fine. God bless us." Amin let out a long sigh of relief. To the side, Wu Chen could not help but say, "This place has been here for at least a few hundred years, if not 1,000. What kind of worm can live for so long?" Chapter 2350. A man exclaimed, "It's an evil ghost. He said he's been living here for 1,000 years. As she spoke, she grabbed Song Qingshu's hand and hid behind him. Song Qingshu replied, "There's no such thing as an evil ghost. It's a person in disguise." At the same time, his gaze fell on her interlocked fingers with his. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Was this girl so innocent that she didn't have the concept of keeping a distance between men and women? But she didn't seem like this to other men other than Su Pu. "So does that mean she doesn't treat me as a man at all?" At this moment, Wu Chen said hatefully, "This person should be the mastermind behind the scenes. He caused so many of our warriors to die an untimely death. We need to settle this debt with him." With that said, he drew his saber and rushed in the direction of the voice. Song Qingshu also pulled Ah Man's little hand and followed. "Who's playing tricks here?" Sansor's voice could be heard from afar, followed by another scream. A heavy object fell heavily to the ground. A strange laughter came from the tunnel again. That voice repeated, "I've been living here for 1,000 years, 1,000 years. Everyone who came in died." "Sansur!" Ah Man exclaimed. She could tell that something had probably happened to her companion. Song Qingshu pulled her around a corner and saw that Sansur had already fallen to the ground. It was dark in the tunnel. Ah Man might not be able to see clearly, but Song Qingshu's vision was as bright as day. He could naturally see that Sansur was bleeding from the corner of his mouth and that he was no longer breathing. On the other side, Elder Wu Sun and a few Mongolian soldiers surrounded a figure in the center. The Mongolian soldiers were all trembling. If it wasn't for Elder Wu Sun holding the line, they would have probably fled in all directions. A man let out a cry. If she wasn't leaning closely against Song Qingshu, she would have probably fainted from the shock. The figure in the center vaguely looked like a human. Under the illumination of the fire, this ghost was wearing a white robe. His face was covered in blood, and his white robe was also dripping with blood. He was extremely tall, at least 5 feet taller than a normal person. Silent Night looked extremely horrifying. The ghost suddenly stretched out its hands. Its 10 fingernails were longer than its fingers, and its hands were covered in blood. The ghost cackled strangely and said in a shrill voice, "I've been living in the labyrinth for 1,000 years, and I don't allow anyone to disturb me. How dare you guys block my way?" Old Man Wu Sun sneered, "Stop pretending to be mysterious." Just as the ghost was about to mock them, his body suddenly stiffened and he fell heavily to the ground. Wu Sun walked over and tore off the blood-stained white robe on his body. He found a man who looked like a member of the Taiyan tribe lying on the ground. He was standing on 2 stilts. No wonder he was so tall. With the robe covering him, no one could see anything special about him. They would only subconsciously think that he was a tall ghost. At this time, everyone remembered the strange footprints they had seen before. It turned out that the stilts had stepped on the ground. "What sorcery did you use?" That person looked at Old Man Wu Sun in horror. Wu Sun laughed and said, Aren't you an evil ghost? Are you afraid of demonic arts? Who are you? Who ordered you to deal with my Mongolian people? Pah! You Mongolian dogs are despicable and shameless. All of you deserve to die. That person gnashed his teeth and cursed. Old man Wu Chen was furious. He took out his scimitar and was about to slash him, but he was stopped by Song Qingshu. He wanted to find out his identity first. The commotion attracted the attention of that person. He noticed Ah Man, who was beside Song Qingshu, and a hint of infatuation flashed in his eyes. So beautiful. You are as beautiful as your mother when she was young. No, your mother is also very beautiful now. Ah Man was surprised. Hearing him mention her mother, and seeing that he was not a ghost, she gradually overcame the fear in her heart. You know my mother. How could I not know her? Sigh, I almost became your father's woman. When the person said this, his tone was full of unwillingness and annoyance. Why are you talking nonsense? Ah Man's face was red. She was very angry that the person had taken advantage of her mother. I am not talking nonsense. My name is Varatsi. Have you heard of me? That person looked at Ah Man with eyes full of expectation. Varatsi? A trace of confusion flashed in Ah Man's eyes. Then, she suddenly remembered something and subconsciously said, the bastard who wanted to steal my mother. As soon as she said this, a trace of embarrassment flashed on her face. Sorry, that was my father's original words. Varatsi chuckled. That old dog Chirku. This is indeed his style. Did your mother ever mention me? Ah Man thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't remember. Varatsi's expectant eyes were suddenly filled with disappointment, and then he fell into extreme anger. That bitch didn't miss me at all. If I had known this, I would not have been so soft-hearted. I would have taken her life with a needle. If I can't get it, no one else can. Ah Man was so angry that her face turned red. Don't you dare scold my mother. Old man Wu's son became impatient. Are you two done? Don't try to get close to me. No one can save you this time. Varatsi sighed, but there was no fear in his eyes. I should have died long ago. I have lived for so many years. Do you think I will be afraid? After saying this, he looked at Ah Man. Are you afraid of me? Ah Man pursed her lips and did not answer. She just subconsciously hid behind Song Qingshu. Varatsi looked at her and Song Qingshu being intimate, and then looked at old man Wu Sunday. He suddenly laughed. Are you friends with this old man? Amen opened her mouth, but did not know how to answer. If she said yes, it would definitely be a lie, but if she said no, the kind-hearted her was worried that she would hurt the old man. After all, the old man had spoken up for her when Boru wanted to violate her. Seeing her expression, Varatsi understood and sneered. That's why I said that little girls are easily deceived. You still think that this shameless man is your friend. Do you know that day in the tribe, he disguised himself as your father and ran into your tent? He almost raped your mother. Ah Man looked at Wu's son in disbelief. Could it be him that night? Wu's son did not care at all. There were no other people from the Taiyan tribe here, so he was not afraid of being exposed. He just coldly stared at Varatsi and said through gritted teeth, You are the black-clothed man from that night? The other party's poison needles had tormented him greatly. Varatsi laughed and said, Even I did not obtain Yali Sien, yet you are a toad wanting to eat swan meat. How about it? My black blood needles taste good, right? You are seeking death. Old man Wu's son flew into a rage. He was about to strike Varatsi's head with his palm, but he was stopped by Song Qingshu. What are you doing? Wu's son looked at him with a vigilant expression. He has been in this labyrinth for many years, so he should be very familiar with it. Song Qingshu lightly said. Chapter 23:51. You are a bad person. How dare you humiliate my mother? Ah Man's eyes were filled with anger. She pulled out her scimitar and was about to fight. Although she had a weak temperament, that was only when compared to the other Taiyan people. Compared to the noble ladies of Jiangnan, she was a woman from the grasslands. The spirit of martial arts was engraved in her bones. Unfortunately, she was facing one of the top figures in the world. Wu Sun merely glanced at her and her entire body froze, unable to move at all. What kind of witchcraft is this? Ah Man's beautiful face paled. At that moment, she had the same doubts as Varatsi. An ignorant commoner in the wilderness would not understand this old man's magical skills. Wu Sun snorted and reached out to touch her smooth face. He had wanted to do it for a long time but could not find the opportunity. Ah Man had never seen such a shameless person. She had thought that Borchu was bad enough, but he only wanted to bully her. This old man not only wanted to harm her mother but also her. At the same time, he had designs on her and her mother. How could Allah not punish him? But now, she was powerless to resist and could only watch as the other person's dry and disgusting hand approached her. Just at this moment, a cold light flashed. Old man Wu Sun let out a strange cry and jumped back by one zhang. He looked at Song Qingshu warily and said, "As expected, you still made a move. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that you are deliberately trying to oppose me?" When he touched Ah Man earlier, he had focused most of his attention on guarding against him. That was why he had managed to dodge the scimitar in time. Song Qingshu reached out to massage Ah Man's body and quickly removed the seal on her body. He replied coldly, "I would like to ask you what is the meaning of this? What else could I want? Of course, I want to take back what belongs to me." Elder Wu Sun pointed at Ah Man. "The Taiyan tribe belongs to the princess. The princess bestowed me 30 beauties, and the most beautiful people in the entire Taiyan tribe are her and her mother. Therefore, these two women are mine." "You." Ah Man almost fainted from anger when she heard his words. But when she thought of the power of Mongolia, she wondered if this was the only ending for her and her mother. Father loved mother so much. How could he bear it? And Su Pu, with his mother's personality, she definitely wouldn't be willing to be humiliated. Thinking of that tragic fate, her body involuntarily trembled. At this moment, Song Qingshu gently patted her hand, and she suddenly felt a sense of peace. At the side, Wu Chen was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Huajing to give him such a promise. Thinking that this was Huajing's fief, wouldn't it be his private property after they got married? This beautiful mother and daughter pair should have belonged to him. Song Qingshu snorted coldly. "Even if the princess promised you 30 beauties, she did not say which 30. What kind of person is the princess? She can always force married women to marry you. It's fine if Yili Xian is married, but Ah Man isn't, right?" Wu Sun tightly knit his brows. The other side's martial arts made him feel a sense of dread, so it seemed like he had to take his time. He would put Yili Xian aside for now and wait for the Empress of Helen to gather an army to demand for her. He was still a 10,000 household. How could the Water Moon Great Sect and Tai Yen tribe contend against the people under him? At this time, Wu Chern also came out to mediate. "Great Sect, since it's like this, just give Ah Man to him. There is no need to hurt everyone's friendship for a woman." Although he was a bit greedy for Ah Man's beauty, he was clear that he was going to marry Huajing and had no fate with this woman, so he might as well help her. After all, Wu Sun had a high status in Mongolia. If the Great Khan did not blame him, then forming an alliance with him would be beneficial to the future of his family. City. Hearing his words, Ah Man was filled with fear. After interacting with him for this period of time, she knew that the people with the highest status in this group of Mongolians were Wu Chen and Wu Sunday. The uncle beside her was only a highly skilled guest official and did not have any real power. If the two of them had the same opinion, then her fate was already sealed. Song Qingshu knit his brows. If it was before when there were many people, then it would have been a bit difficult, but now that the Mongolian army had been completely wiped out, there were only a few people left. Of course he wouldn't just watch as this kind little girl was bullied by that old pervert. He pulled Ah Man into his embrace and put his arm around her shoulder as he said, "Ah Man is already my woman, I ask the great shaman to choose someone else." Ah Man was suddenly pulled into the man's embrace. She was in a state of panic and shyness, but when she heard his words, she immediately understood that he was trying to protect her. Although she was pure and innocent, she was not stupid. Of course she would not refute him at this moment, but her heart was filled with gratitude. Seeing Ah Man nestling in his arms with a bashful expression, Wu Chen was dumbfounded. He thought that this guy was too fast. Wu Sun, on the other hand, felt as if his heart was bleeding. He faintly felt as if the top of his head was glowing with a green light. He could not help but grit his teeth and said, "How is this possible? Her lover is obviously that young man called Su Pu." Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Young love comes and goes quickly. How can a reckless boy like Su Pu be worthy of being entrusted with the rest of his life? A man naturally knows how to choose with a mature and steady man like me, don't you think so?" A man knew that he was deliberately saying this, but she still felt ashamed in her heart. It was as if she had really done something wrong to Su Pu. However, seeing that everyone was staring at her, she could only nod imperceptibly and say, "Yes." Wu Sun felt as if his heart was about to explode. He had been eyeing the little white flower, but in the end, someone had beaten him to it. That kind of anger and frustration was simply indescribable. No wonder this guy had been running around by her side these past few days. It turned out that he had been planning this all along. Wu Chen's expression was also extremely interesting. However, he felt somewhat relieved in his heart. Previously, he had suspected that the Shuiwei Great Master had changed his temperament, but he did not expect that he was just playing tricks. That's right. How could a brat like Su Pu compare to the Shuiwei Great Master's skill in dealing with women? Looking at the girl's bashful expression, it seemed that the first soup had already been drunk. Song Qingshu continued, "Great shaman, I'm sorry. I didn't know that you were also interested in her. Who told you not to say so earlier? Now that she has become my woman, it wouldn't be good for me to give her to you, would it?" Wu Sun was seething with anger. Just as he was about to explode, Wu Chen hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. "Great shaman, since they are already asleep, let's just forget about it. After all, the most important thing right now is to find the treasure. The Great Khan is still waiting for our news. Afterward, I'll pick 30 beautiful girls from my fief and gift them to you." Calm down, calm down. Why make a fuss over a woman?" Hearing his analysis, Wu Sun gradually calmed down. The task given to him by the Great Khan had not been completed, so it was indeed not a good time for internal strife. Moreover, if a conflict really broke out here, he might not be able to defeat the saber in the other party's hand. Shuiwei Great Master, just you wait. When we return to Helen City, see how I'll deal with you. How dare a mere guest minister steal my woman? Even if this Amon was not mine the first time, I'll definitely get my hands on her second and third times. And that maid of yours called Wind Lady, I'll definitely play with her until she's crippled and let you taste the taste of anger." Seeing that Wu Sun had acquiesced, Wu Chen walked over and lifted Viraki up from the ground. "Since you've been playing tricks in this underground palace, you must be very familiar with the terrain. Lead the way. If we can find the treasure, not only will we spare your life, we might even grant you the title of Qianhu. You also know that we Mongols are never stingy with our rewards. Even if we used to be enemies, as long as they work for us, we will not mistreat them." Viraki glared at Song Qingshu with hatred. Obviously, he was extremely unhappy to know that the daughter of his first love had already given herself to this man. "I don't want a Qianhu. Just give me the Taiyan tribe." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.